All right. Okay. Good afternoon. The time now is 4:17 on October 9th, 2024. I would like to start with the closed session meeting. Meeting called to order. Please take the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho? I'm here. Councilwoman Fan West?
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo?
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen? Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Would somebody go to the back? I know that the Councilmember Nguyen and Councilmember West here. So Councilmember Nguyen is in the back. Does he know that we are starting the meeting yet? While waiting for that, I would like to start with oral communication for a closed session, please. Do we have anybody sign up for speaking tonight?
Yes, Mayor, we have one speaker. Terry Raines.
Nam Quang is here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Go ahead.
Sorry, that's distracting. Seriously. 4:19 p.m., another slanderous press conference going on outside as we speak that will probably result in yet another case of litigation against the city. Today's closed session agenda has two more cases of anticipated litigation. Will it ever end? As a reminder, pursuant to Government Code 549-56-9E2, if the facts and circumstances that led to these two potential litigation cases against the city being agendized today are known to a potential plaintiff or plaintiffs, those facts and circumstances must be publicly stated on the agenda and or announced here today. Therefore, City Attorney Bettenhausen, please consider this my formal request for you to announce the facts and circumstances related to each of these two anticipated cases. If those facts and circumstances are known to the potential plaintiffs, I suspect they are. Amy and Nam Kwan, don't even try to allege that my comments for this closed session are not on topic. They most certainly are. After all, the agenda description is anticipated litigation, two cases. Generally, the words and actions of Amy Fan West and Nam Kwan Nguyen are the facts and circumstances that will lead to litigation against this city. Recent and future litigation cases are anticipated as a direct result of the egregious words and actions of the two problematic council members, Amy West and Nam Kwan Nguyen, aka Twiddledee and Twiddledum, aka Twat Waffles, aka obstructionist. Let's talk about the word obstructionism for a minute, defined as the practice of deliberately impeding or delaying the course of legal, legislative, or other procedures. Amy and Nam Kwan, guilty as charged. For example, refusing to attend closed sessions, leaving the dais repeatedly for long periods of time, and continuously disrupting these meetings. Federal law considers obstruction of justice to be any act that interferes or impedes or obstructs the due administration of justice. Justice is defined as a legal system that a country uses in order to deal with people who break the law. It is further defined as fairness in the way people are treated. Closed session meetings regarding litigation are the first step to administer justice to our city and its residents. Once again, Amy and Nam Kwan, guilty as charged. Penalties for obstruction of justice can be serious, including up to 5 years in prison, substantial fines, probation, community service, and of course a criminal record. It's only a matter of time before Twiddledee and Twiddledum are prosecuted for the multitude of crimes they commit day in and day out. And it's only a matter of time before Twiddledee and Twiddledum are sued by city employees, residents, and other council members, perhaps in the form of a massive class action lawsuit against them. Furthermore, they shall not receive any legal representation or advice from the city attorney's office at taxpayer expense if and when that does happen. Listen up, Amy and Nam Kwan. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You ignorantly think that you're one step ahead of everyone else when in reality you are just plain pathetic catch-up. There are dozens of ongoing investigations, inquiries, and actions underway as we speak to have both of you ultimately removed from office, which will be a grand day of celebration for all of us. And again, Nam Kwan, gone again, outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, would you please read the item that we are going to go into the closed session, please?
The City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purpose: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, number of cases 2.
All right, at this time, the council will recess for closed session. Thank you. Good evening. The time now is 6:04 on October 9th, 2024. I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting called to order. Please take the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. Next is a salute to the flag by Councilmember Menzo, and invocation will be led by Vice Mayor Ho. Please stand.
Please stand. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and bow your heads. We pray together to whatever source we turn to for strength. We pray that as leaders of our community, we might have the insight and courage to serve the citizens of Westminster with wisdom and truth. We ask for your guidance in making decisions that affect our community, ensuring that decisions made this evening are in the best interests of our city and its citizens. Amen.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Please be seated, and thank you to Councilmember Menzo and Vice Mayor Ho for the salute to the flag and invocation. Next is City Attorney closed session report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There were 2 items on the closed session. The council discussed each of those. They provided direction. There's nothing to report in that regard. Further to report, there is one request staff. We would like to pull the public hearing item 4.1 that regards the first reading of the Billboard amortization ordinance. If you would agree to do that.
Move to approve.
I second it.
There's a motion and second on the floor to pull item 4.1 from public hearing.
Okay. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West to defer item 4.1. Go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes, sorry.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
And Mayor, if I
Motion
could,
carried 5-0.
if anybody's here tonight, because it is a public hearing item, they could speak during the public comment concerning that item.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next is expert communications. Is there anything from the dais? Seeing none, hearing none, so moving on to City Clerk report, please. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a late communication memo for agenda item 3.4 for council's consideration and approval. The memo reflects corrections to the attachment for clerical errors. The memo has been presented to all of you, posted online for the public, as well as outside in the front lobby. Also, our office would like to report that the Orange County Registrar of Voters has started to mail out vote-by-mail ballots to all registered voters starting Monday, October 7th. For more information on vote centers, vote-by-mail ballot drop-off locations, or to update your voter registration status, please contact the Orange County Registrar of Voters directly by visiting their website at www.ocvote.com. That concludes our report.
Thank you very much. And next is the City Manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and everyone watching tonight. We'd like to start off with OC Police Canine Association Appreciation and Demonstration. Westminster community members are cordially invited to the OC Police Canine Association Appreciation and Demonstration on Saturday, October 26th. Admission is free, and attendees will be able to meet canines from most police departments throughout OC. There will be canine demonstrations, and for more information, please visit www.ocpca.org. Next, We have our upcoming Halloween Spooktacular. Get ready for Frightfully Fun Friday. Our annual Halloween Spooktacular is back on Friday, October 25th at 4:30 p.m. Join us for a night of spooky thrills, from trunk-or-treating and food trucks to a scavenger hunt activities and a movie showing of Kung Fu Panda 4 Under the Stars. We'll also be celebrating Dia de los Muertos with community ofrendas to remember those we have lost. If you're interested in hosting a trunk or ofrenda, please contact the Community Services and Recreation Department at 714-895-2860. Senior Center has a few upcoming events. First, we have a Fall Harvest Dance. Join us for a festive afternoon at the Senior Center at the Fall Harvest Dance on Friday, October 11th from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. Dance the day away to live music by DJ Professor D. Enjoy delicious refreshments and celebrate the season with friends and neighbors. Tickets are only $5 when purchased in advance, but will increase to $7 on the day of the event. Don't miss out on this fun-filled celebration. We also have a spooky bingo bash. Bring your best bingo skills and join us for a spooktacular day full of frightful fun, fantastic prizes, and eerie excitement. Tickets are on sale for $15. Tickets for all Senior Center events can be purchased at the Senior Center front desk. Veterans Day is also coming up. Thank you for your service, veterans. Get your free Proud Veteran yard sign today. Visit the Community Services and Recreation front desk before November 8th or while supplies last. For more information, call 714-895-2860. I believe next we have Walk and Roll to School Day. Is a video? Sorry, we're going to load that up real quick. So today was Walk to School and Roll Day, and nope, not the one. Don't worry. Don't worry about looking for it. So today was Walk and Roll to School Day, and our city was really proud of our efforts in collaboration with our local school districts. We were present at 11 schools throughout our community. City staff, including our police department, as well as our city council members and officials from, officials from our, from the local schools were out greeting students as they were coming up and walking and biking to school. So this is really a continued effort to promote safety, pedestrian safety, and responsible driving throughout pedestrian-heavy areas. So these are just some photos from today's event at the various school sites. Staff was out there. That would be our own Veronica Johnson in a cone suit. We were out there passing out stickers, and as well as other giveaways, photo opportunities. Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen, Councilwoman Amy Fan West, and Councilman Carlos Monzo were out at Sequoia Elementary. Just a few photos. I believe that is it. And that's the rest of the slideshow.
Thank you very much, our city manager. I want to take this moment to thank all our staff for all their dedication, for their effort. Early in the morning, they were out at different schools, a total of 11 schools. They were out there with school official, school board, and also teachers and principals. We were there to promote the National Walk to School Day, as well as a safe route to school. And I know that this is a very, very welcoming event from the kids. When they walk to school, they were there with us and giving high fives and everything. They really appreciate that we were there with them. And I was there last year at the Sequoia School, and I was there this morning also. And I appreciate for all your effort. Staff have been working on this for years with collaborate with the school board to get the funding for a safe guard to school. So with the funding available, we can do a lot more to safeguard the children crosswalk to school and all that. So again, thank you very much for your effort, staff from every department, including the WPD. I know that you were there, working really hard for the city. So again, thank you very much. And I know that Council Members Menzo and Council Member West was there with me this morning. Next is a special presentation, but we have none for special presentation today. So moving on to oral communications. Yes.
Mr. Nguyen, can I propose an urgent item, walk-on item?
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Right. I would like to walk on an urgent item. Realize that item 5.2 on September 11 agenda City Council meeting, which has approved by the city majority Chichali, Ho, and Manzo, that has created unnecessary worriness and anxiety to the public, especially the residents that are living in mobile home parks within Westminster boundaries. The majority of Chichali, Ho, and Manzo have regularly approve a plan which, without any doubt, will affect the mobile home people greatly in the near future. Chichali, Ho, and Manzo, the three dictators, only work in favor of the developers as well as investors that has deep pockets. Senior and poor residents deserve respect from their elected official. They should be warned or ask for their input before we, the elected official, make any change to the city. All right, so in that being said, I would like to rescind item 5.2. We're going to bring it back for discussion and with the condition that we are going to exclude all the mobile home parks. We are not going to touch mobile home parks. So that's what I propose. Do I have a second?
I don't understand what you are trying to propose. Somebody can interpret it or get me to understand before I vote this item. Staff, can you help?
May I
Yes, go ahead.
make a statement? Okay, so I think what Councilman Nam Quang was mentioning, it was an agenda item on September 11th, where it is the redevelopment plan that the three of you guys, Mr. Mayor, Carlos Manzo, and Kimberly voted, because the thing is that you guys didn't talk about the eminent domain protection. You guys did not put a safeguards for mobile home park residents. You guys did not talk about traffic mitigation strategies, and you guys did not coordinate with school district to address the student influx when those high-riser apartments gonna erect up in our city in those areas that overlap the mobile home parks and also the single homes, overlooking the single homes. So I think what Mr. Nam Quang wanted to exclude.
I second it. Go ahead and bring it in.
Yeah, but I'm confused. It doesn't even sound anywhere near close to what happened that September 11th. I don't know, maybe you guys didn't understand the case that was before us. There's
Well,
no
you guys
action
never
taken.
addressed that.
Nothing has been addressed. It's an ongoing staff study.
But you guys voted to move ahead.
So,
You three voted, and I asked, you guys, may I finish, City Attorney?
Please.
People, I asked that you guys have the public hearing so the homeowners and resident can have a say, input before the redevelopment happened in our city. And I think it's important to always protect that and talk about the eminent domain, safeguarding the mobile home parks resident and the traffic that's going to cause with the high density. And also what's going to happen to those kids
I believe at
who
this
move
time
into
here,
this district.
we are
have
not
enough
going
school.
I'm sorry, it's enough. We can't go into discussion about this until we get this item on the agenda.
Yeah.
So,
If I could,
yes, please.
yeah, in order to walk an item onto the agenda, it has to be an item of sufficient urgency, and it arose, and we became aware of it after the agenda was posted. So you'd have to vote on a 4/5 vote that this issue arose after the agenda was posted, and that it's an urgency item that needs to be addressed tonight, as
Okay.
opposed to at the next meeting.
Okay, then my question to the council, is it an urgency item?
Yes, I
Because-
believe it is, because
Yes.
there's a rising
I want-
concerns within the community.
With that, I
Yeah, there are residents here today, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor.
I withdraw my motion at this time because of the urgency. I don't know whether this is the urgency or not, but I will withdraw and have the council decide on that.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's important for the resident and
Okay.
homeowners to have a say
If
first.
that's the case,
before
is
you
there a
guys
second to this?
Move forward to.
Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion?
Yes, he has a second, but the thing is that,
Who is the second to the motion?
I thought you were, so you're going to withdraw?
I told you I withdraw from.
So I am his second,
Okay.
because there's urgency, there are
Okay.
resident here.
At this time, we have the motion and second on the floor.
Talk about
Go
it.
ahead and call for the vote.
It's fake news.
So there is a motion made by Councilman Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West, to walk on an item to rescind item number 5.2 from the September 11th meeting.
Or at least to discuss that.
Exactly.
There's
Exactly.
Call for the
more.
vote, please.
I want to bring it back for discussion
Okay.
with condition that we're going to exclude all the mobile home parks.
Okay,
Okay.
great, noted.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
No.
and Mayor Nguyen.
No.
The motion
All right,
failed,
so
2-3.
next is oral communications. This is for concerning agenda items only. So please, if you come to address, please address the council with the agendized item only. If you are addressing non-agenda items, so please wait until the non-agenda item or oral communication open for you. May I speak in the Vietnamese because there are some Vietnamese in here, so allow me to address them. Bây giờ là cái lúc mà chúng ta sẽ nói về quý vị có thể phát biểu trong những cái chương trình họp, nghị sự họp mà thôi. Những cái chương trình ngoài nghị sự họp, xin quý vị đợi cái lúc mà chúng ta có thể mở rộng để quý vị có thể đóng góp bất cứ ý kiến gì thì lúc đó chúng tôi sẽ cho quý vị biết. Nhưng mà tại lúc này chỉ có là những cái quý vị đóng góp vào những cái chủ đề của cái phiên họp ngày hôm nay. So with that, would you please read the instruction into record, please?
This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda, except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time. State your name, city of residence for the record. Okay. First speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by David Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm going to be talking on item 3.3, which is the acceptance of the grant award from the Office of Traffic Safety for Selective Traffic Enforcement Program. What I'd like to see on this is, I don't know whether the chiefs had a chance to read the report that came out of the recent grand jury, the 23-24 Orange County grand jury, the report that dealt with e-bikes. And I believe we've already had 2 or 3 fatal accidents with e-bike riders in this city. I would like to see, for safety reasons, some type of regulations, city regulations, when it comes to e-bikes, as far as age, what type of safety equipment they need to be double riding, and just what these bikes bring to traffic enforcement. About 3 weeks ago, my wife and I were coming northbound on Edwards Street, and there was a person on an e-bike. I didn't get close enough to them to find out if it was an older teenager or an adult. I was doing 45 miles an hour, which was the speed limit there, and this guy was pulling away from us on an e-bike. I don't know what modifications were done on it, but he was out ahead of traffic. Nobody caught him at that 45 mile an hour speed limit. I see kids double riding, no helmets, going the opposite direction on the sidewalks. These things have become such a part of our environment now. Some cities have absolutely no regulations. Other cities have some regulations. Everybody's sitting around waiting for the state to come up with vehicle code sections for the e-bikes, and they're not really doing much about it. I would like to see Westminster step up to the plate and maybe get out ahead of all of this and come up with some type of regulations for our city when it comes to e-bikes. I see kids that are in middle school. There's no helmets. There's nothing safety about it, about safety gear. They're double riding. They're on the sidewalk. They're flying down the sidewalk. And I would like to see us do something, and maybe we can prevent some of these accidents that all of the cities here in Orange County are seeing with the e-bikes. And maybe we can sort of set the pace on this, set an example for other cities and maybe even the state. Maybe we can get the attention of the state and get them to get off their backside. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Johnson.
Hello, David Johnson, resident of Westminster, and thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to encourage you to approve the item for 5.1, which is a snack bar concession for our Challenger League. The Challenger League is designed as a sport for those that have different disabilities. And as you know, the Community Services and Recreation Department had refurbished and redesigned that park specifically for people with those needs. And the snack bar is part of that. And they are a shining star and something that our city can hold up bright and say, look at what we're doing for our community and for our certain community members. So I think it's the right thing to do, and I just want to encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Next speaker is Hung Nguyen, followed by Roger Bindrum.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, I think I don't think I need to talk because we have a very long story. However, everybody received my letter already, and I think you read it. And my question is that for the Westminster Police Department about how to address the citizen, because the last week. Joseph Ngo, he's a candidate for District 3, will address a long time ago last year on May 27, 2023. Charlie Mayer.
Is it on the agenda, Adam?
Huh?
Is it on the agenda item? What agenda item that you are addressing to?
I say I don't need it because
If you don't need
are
it,
in
then
that.
wait until the oral communication, please. Thank you very much.
So you let
Thank
me
you. Thank
talk
you very
after that?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wait, when the oral communication comes, yes. That's, please.
Please sit down.
You're talking on the public consent calendar, right? Public comments?
Please, please, it's mine. Yes, at this point here, we are conducting.
You mute my mic.
Mr.
Yes,
Mayor?
I do, because I need to mute him first. You are not recognized at this time. I'm talking, okay? At this time, we are doing the non-agendized item only. But if you are not talking the agendized item only, I'm sorry. If you are talking about non-agenda item, wait until the time that we open up for the non-agenda item. You can talk all you want with the time permitted to you. So,
Turn my mic on, please.
well, yes, you are
Okay,
now
I have
recognized.
brief
Before
comment.
brief comment, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So I think Mr. Foong Hom, he is talking on the agenda 2, which is oral communication. That's what he was speaking on. Oral communication, because that's what Christine mentioned last time when other residents were speaking, and they were speaking on item number 2,
I'm
oral
sorry.
communication.
I'm sorry, Councilmember West. Oral communication have 2 parts. There is non-agenda item and agendized item. At this time, we are conducting agendized item only. So that's it. Next speaker, please.
I follow the rule.
Roger Mindrum, followed by Donald Link.
Good evening, Roger Mindrum, resident of Westminster. I'm going to speak a little bit about item, I think it was 3.4, the approval of the tow services agreement. I haven't read verbatim all of the 36 pages, but I believe that this is not ready to be implemented or even at your desk or even looked at. I did see some things about City of Anaheim and things like that, so this was obviously borrowed. I sure hope this isn't in the official agreement that's been being used in the last 3 years. Apparently, this is a 3-year contract. So I believe that this needs to be tabled, and I guarantee you, or maybe anybody can tell me if anybody else up there has read the 36 pages. I really highly doubt you did. So I didn't read all of it, but a couple of things that I did read that definitely need to be changed is some of the fees on when somebody's vehicle is being towed. So I'd say 50% of the time a car collision is your fault or the other person's fault, right? It's usually at least 2 people involved. Somebody else is at fault. Well, I'm sure the police department might have some information as far as how many people crash into parked cars, okay? I work for an insurance company. I deal with this stuff every day. I deal with tow bills every day. Most insurance companies pay for reasonable charges. Read your policy. Some of these charges definitely need to be taken out. There's 2 fees on here automatically charged to somebody that gets their vehicle towed. $375 per impound plus $305 for vehicle storage, which this looks like it goes straight to the police department. They're not in the business to be making money off the residents or people passing through the city. So those are 2 red flags right there, those 2 charges. You need to scrutinize this agreement and put yourself in the position of being an innocent victim of somebody crashing into you. There's all kinds of instances where people's cars are parked in front of their house and some bozo, drunk or not, slams into them, totals out their car, and these charges can break somebody personally. Can't feed your kids, can't pay the rent, and if you think that's going to the insurance companies and question that off as going to the insurance companies, We all pay it. How does everybody like their insurance rates right now? This just adds to it. Please read all of it, scrutinize it, start from scratch. Don't copy other cities. Do what's best for everyone, residents or people passing through or yourselves. Put yourself in that position of having to pay these charges just because you're an innocent victim of, or even if you're at fault, doesn't make you a bad guy, right? Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up with that. This is a staff item, so I know there were some mistake, and I don't know that, I believe that staff already picking them up. So at this time here, I leave it to staff to decide if we need to go into the discussion, then the council will take consideration of that. But only staff can pull the item if they wish to. Okay, next item, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Donald Link, followed by last speaker, Terry Raines.
Is 4.1 and 2 agenda items?
Yes, but we pull 4.1. But
Okay, I'm going to be very succinct and short on both.
You can
speak on that item.
Okay. Anyway, if you're going to have 100-foot signs now, I think it should go out to how far you can see that sign, and 1,000 feet perimeter for the residents to be notified when you're going to construct a sign that's over 100 feet.
Oh, I should say, 4.2 is a public hearing item, so that one you're
Right.
going to have a
I
chance
could
to
do it
speak
then, but-
right when that one comes up.
But
But
it-
4.1 won't be, so
Okay.
if you want to comment on that one.
Well, anyway, it's the same argument. The same comment, do it now, get it out of the way. The other thing I want to speak in favor of is the Challenger program and approve that, because it's a great thing. You got kids playing ball, and I call them able kids, not disabled kids. And I wholeheartedly support that and hope everybody there's nobody would go against that. Thank you.
Last speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello, you're welcome for the late communications memo for item 3.4 due to the email that I sent with reporting the errors, but I never got an acknowledgement. A lot of it looked like it was a sloppy copy and paste from the City of Anaheim's agreement. I was shocked to learn we only have one tow provider in the current rotation. Hopefully this new agreement will yield more qualified providers, all of which must have the correct equipment and training to tow full-sized RVs pursuant to our new RV permit ordinance. Item 9.1, I agree, a rejected item cannot be brought back by any council member, not just the original requester. The public opines that there is a material error in the policy. It reads, quote, the requested item cannot be requested again by any member of the council for a maximum of 6 months unless there is an urgency as determined by new information. The word maximum must be changed to minimum. Council members have to wait at least 6 months, AKA a minimum of 6 months to request again. Using the word maximum wrongly implies that it can be brought back before 6 months, and the policy has always been 6 months or longer. Item 9.2, Mayor Nguyen, I applaud you for trying to make these meetings run more smoothly and efficiently, but you can't keep legislating around the two disruptive obstructionists, Amy and Nam Kwan, to the detriment of everyone else. They have admitted they are purposely sabotaging these meetings to reflect badly by Amy, you, Mayor. Creating new or more restrictive policies won't change their abhorrent behavior. Your city attorney is not helping at all. He drafted a minute order policy to provide you with the process to formally warn and ultimately remove disruptive council members, but buried it under another agenda item at the August 28th meeting. It was approved by council majority, but when you tried to implement it at the same meeting and reached a third final warning for a council member, your city attorney changed his mind again and advised you not to remove the council member even after 3 warnings, a recess, and their continued disruptive behavior. Your city attorney wrongly opines that government's freedom of speech ranks higher than the public's. The First Amendment was adopted to protect our right to address and criticize our government, not the other way around, Christian. Amy and Nam Kwan continue to trample all over our First Amendment rights with new tactics such as filing false police reports, filming and even live streaming from the dais aimed at speakers at the podium, the audience, and other council members attempting to intimidate us all into silence. It's not going to happen. The more they try to silence us, the louder we're going to get. You've all been put on notice. Calling out members of the public by name and slandering us from the dais will not be tolerated, and if that practice continues, the city will be sued. I object to agenda item section 9, all council requested items as the mayor motioned to amend the agenda order resolution, and council approved it on August 28th. Items should be agendized in the appropriate existing sections. The original intent was merely to add council member agenda item request to section 9, which was council member comments and AB 1234 reports. Accordingly, I don't want to provide my non-agenda comments until after the controversial section 9 items have all been heard. Item 4.1, was it pulled or continued? Need clarification on that because I have errors to report about it. And also lots to say about the failed motion to walk on an item. We'll do that later.
Thank you.
Lock them up.
Thank you. We realize that we have not yet acknowledged you, but the thing is we were waiting for at the end of the time that we are approved the consent calendar, and we do that. But since you brought it up, we, on behalf of the city staff and city council, would like to thank you for pointing out some of the errors that we need to pay attention to. So thank you very much for that. Next speaker, are we done with the?
I have no other speakers.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you, everyone, to come out to the meeting and express your opinions. The City Council will receive your opinion will be perceived, and we'll take that into consideration when we discuss the items. At this time, we are going to consent calendar, and all matters listed under consent calendars are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. Is there a motion to approve consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, I want to address 3. Which item agenda is that? 3.3?
Okay, you mean you want to pull this item, right?
Well, I want to, I don't want to pull or, I want to approve, but
Okay,
before I do,
all right.
may I?
All right, next.
May I
Is
say
there
something
any?
quick?
No, not yet. Anything else?
Mayor, a motion to approve the remainder, but I need to recuse myself and vote abstain for item 3.4, because I may or may not have a conflict of interest on there. There's a company that donated to our campaign that may or may not be on the rotation of the tow. I don't know. So just in the case of precaution, I don't want
All
to
right.
rule on that.
Thank you.
3.4.
Thank you. Thank you for your transparency on that. So I second the motion. So we have motion and second on the floor to approve the rest of consent calendar except for 3.3.
Well, I want to talk about 3.3.
We have to approve the item first before we can specifically talk
Well,
about that item.
I don't want to bring it up. I just want to briefly say something quick. I don't want to pull it.
We need, then that's we need to pull it. We need to pull it unless you agree to go ahead and approve it. So I
Mr.
will
Mayor,
pull it for your.
I don't want to pull it for sake of time. I just want to say something quick.
Go ahead.
Just
Go ahead.
one minute. Okay, so I just want to thank Chief Darren and Westminster PD for doing a great job obtaining the grant award for traffic enforcement program for 2025 and 2026. Keep up the good work, guys.
All right.
So
You actually can say that at the time that you approve the item, you vote for the item. So I don't understand why you're doing that, but let's move forward.
For the sake of time, I don't want to pull it.
Why don't, are you willing to revise your motion to include everything right now? Not to pull any item? The rest of the consent? Yes.
Oh.
You're the motion maker.
I make the motion, and I'm just going to approve them all, except I need to abstain myself from 3.4.
I agree to that. And
Roll call vote?
You know what, I would like to pull item 3.4.
Okay, I'm going to leave the room then.
Okay. Now
Okay.
is the
We'll do the balance first.
request
Okay,
to move to approve item 3.4.
okay, I have a
So
motion.
now you have to go back.
Yeah,
and
I will. Let's vote on it.
Revise your motion.
Okay,
Motion to approve with the exception of 3.4?
I second that.
okay. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen, to approve the consent calendar, except item pull 3.4 for separate discussion.
Roll
I'll
call
go
vote,
ahead
please.
and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So at this time, item 3.4, pulled by Councilmember Nguyen, approval of toll services agreement for the Westminster Police Department rotational toll program. Councilmember Nguyen, your turn.
Yes, I just have a question with the chief that what is the difference why we have such agreement that I have on hand right now? It's like before we have an agreement with some other companies, right? And now we have a new company coming in.
So originally, we had, Councilman, we had 3 companies. Due to change in the business environment, we are down to 1. It's not good to operate on one, especially if they get too busy or we run into any type of unforeseen circumstances, we will not have 1. Generally, we work with 3. 3 to 4 is optimal for a city our size, so we're in need of 2 additional companies at minimum.
So this looked like a monopoly to me. Like we have only one company to take care of all the towing service.
I could see where you would think that, and I can actually say I agree with you, and that's why we want to open it up, the agreement, to more companies.
Okay. I remember like very, very long time ago that I have a question for you in regard of the day and time that when it fall into the weekend. So I believe that the towing company, they charge the owner of the vehicle the day that they don't provide service.
So Councilmember, I would advise you at this time, I cannot discuss criminal investigations that might be happening. In that case, I would warn you not to say any further because of investigations we may be having.
Okay, I don't understand what are you saying. I'm talking about the towing service. I mean the towing company.
I have a question. Sorry, I have a question for the city attorney. There was an advice from the chief of police about this item. Are you okay with that, or you want to continue to have him to discuss about this item?
Yeah, I don't know the specifics that are involved here, but it sounds as though the chief thinks that the council member may be aware of a particular incident, and you're...
The council member made the police department aware of a specific incident that we have under investigation.
Okay.
Because it is a criminal matter, I would advise the council member to not speak of that matter any further.
Yeah, so don't talk about that, but specific incident, you can talk about the...
No, I'm being general right here. Okay, so just for an example that an owner of the vehicle was towed by a service the towing company, and I believe that the towing company, they don't work or they doesn't work on Sunday, but the people that get towed, they get charged by Sunday. So I think that's not fair for them. And I mentioned this before.
Councilmember, I agree with you. That isn't fair, and it's a violation of the agreement. And in some cases, it can be criminal. And if it was criminal, we'd have it under investigation.
All right, thank you.
And specifically, there are actually after-hour fees that they can charge, but they actually have to show up and release the car.
Okay, with that, I move to approve this item, 3.4.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So I know that Mr. Monzo have to excuse himself because one of the donor that is the toll company is part of this on this list. I think it's going to be super biased if you guys elect them or select them because for a favor of a council person. So do you guys factor that in as well?
So I will say, and I'll have the city attorney weigh in on this as well. We don't know who that is. I do not know who is giving campaign money to any council member. It wouldn't be factored in this agreement at all, and we don't even know of it. So there would be no bias in there. We're not aware of any of that.
And you haven't talked to Mr. Carlos Monzo as well regarding the tow company?
That's correct at all.
Okay.
And this is, I just want to let you know that this is the first time that I heard that he recused himself. I don't know if he has involved with any toll company or what, but I respect him for recusing himself from the discussion and to approval for disapproval. So anyway, I move to approve this item.
I second.
Okay.
If I could add
Right.
to,
Okay, go ahead.
and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but I think that basically you set forth some standards, and any company that meets those standards gets on the list. It's not really I think it's pretty much if they meet the requirements.
Yes, and that's a good point, City Attorney. If they meet the requirements, and it's not just our requirements, the tow services that seeking to go into an agreement with us actually have to go to the CHP and pass an inspection. So it's not just the ones we choose. They also have to be approved by the CHP.
Yeah, and let me add too that you create a rotation list, and that if you're at the top of the list, when a tow happens, they call that one at the top of the list. If they are responsive, then they do the tow. If they're not, they go to the bottom of the list, and the next one goes. So it's just a way of kind of having a series of companies available, and that you're able to restrict how much they're charging for those types of activity.
Yes, and I know one of the speakers talked about the fees. I would like to just comment on that, is the fees were set by council in the fee study, the last fee study we did in 2023, I believe it was, might be off by a year. And we don't charge, I know he mentioned that, the speaker mentioned that there was a certain fee for accidents. The police department does not charge any fees for vehicles that were involved in accidents.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion and second on the floor. I'll call for vote.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe that I need more information about this. So my motion is bring it back to for discussion by next meeting.
You got my second because I think we're rushing everything. This is a valid concern, so I second you.
Okay, there's a substitute motion on the floor, so substitute motion go first.
Okay.
Can you repeat the substitute motion, please?
I have a substitute motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. Excuse me. To defer item 3.4 for further discussion.
All right.
Yeah, to the next meeting.
Sorry, to the next meeting. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Thank you.
The motion passed.
Motion passed
Okay.
with
All right.
Oh, wait.
council.
So this motion passed,
It-
meaning
it-
we delay. Okay, perfect.
it's
Thank you.
delayed.
Thank you,
Yeah,
City Attorney.
Yeah, that motion passed
All right.
3-1-1, and I'll be right back. I'm going to go get Councilman Monzo.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you get Councilmember Menzo back? All right, and next is public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on an item and open public hearing may speak in person. Speaker during public hearing comments will each have 3 minutes to speak on each public hearing item. We have 2 items today, even though we pull 4.1, but you can also speak on 4.1, though we are not going to discuss about it. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip, and that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers, and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at the time and state your name and city resident, optional for the record, please. So at this time, I would like to open for public hearing on 4.1. First reading of Billboard amortization ordinance amending Chapter 17.330 of the Westminster Municipal Code. So I'd like to start with the staff report, please, for 4.1. Staff.
4.1 is the one that we pulled.
Yeah.
Oh, see? I make a mistake on that. So we pulled 4.1, but why don't we wait until, I know there's a public comment on this, so why don't we combine the public comment for the 4.2 also? Is that okay with, we have to open the public comment for 4.1 now?
No, we continued it already, and anyone who wanted to commented during public comment. So just move to item 4.2
Okay,
at this
all
point.
right, thank you very much. With that, we will move to public hearings 4.2. And 4.2 is the first reading of Billboard ordinance amending Chapter 17.330 of the Westminster Municipal Code. At this time, I ask for staff report for 4.2.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. As our team settles in, here I'll just make a very brief comment about this item. So this item essentially is brought forth at the direction of the City Council to establish a policy, a set of rules, if you will, for the placement of digital billboards in the City of Westminster. So that's going to be the focus of tonight. Is we have a municipal code that references signage along the freeways in the city that is antiquated and does not reflect the new technology that we see throughout the nation, really, and in Southern California. And this item would update that antiquated language, and that's the focus of our presentation tonight. Ryan Sauls, our senior management analyst, is here to assist. Stephanie Tomaino is our contract planner that will be leading the majority of the presentation. At this moment, I'd like to turn it over to Stephanie. Can we get the...
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Stephanie Tomaino, Contract Principal Planner on behalf of the Community Development Department. Okay. Billboards are a permitted sign type in the city. They require a conditional use permit and are subject to Planning Commission approval. In recent years, the city has experienced a growing amount of interest from prospective billboard developers, and currently the city has several pending applications for billboards on private properties. Those applications all involve an electronic, freeway-oriented billboard. Those applications are also accompanied by a variance request to allow the billboard to exceed the height limit currently established in the zoning code. Now, these recent experiences have shed light on the fact that the city's billboard regulations are outdated, ambiguous, and inconsistent with modern practices. The existing regulations were designed for static billboards facing city streets. Additionally, there are ongoing City Council initiatives to beautify the community and to enhance economic development through creative revenue streams. This project does play into these ongoing initiatives. The city has initiated the zoning text amendments to the Westminster Municipal Code, which we will refer to as the Billboard Ordinance. The proposed ordinance aims to accomplish several goals. First, it creates clear and consistent standards for development and design of future billboards. Second, it updates the city's regulations to address digital technologies. Third, it includes standards to prevent potential impacts to the public, such as related to lighting and traffic safety. And fourth, it formally establishes a public benefits program. And last, the ordinance will only affect current and future applications. Existing billboards will not be impacted by the ordinance. The next two slides will highlight the main changes contained within the proposed ordinance. In terms of location, new billboards would only be permitted on sites adjacent to the freeways. In terms of design, all future billboards must be digital. Static displays will no longer be permitted. In terms of height, the maximum height would be increased so that billboards could be built up to 90 feet. This number was identified by staff based on an evaluation of existing freeway-oriented structures along the 405 and 22 freeways, and what we can get into that in later slides. The ordinance also includes a cap on the maximum number of billboards citywide. This standard was added at the recommendation of the Planning Commission to prevent signage proliferation along the freeways. The exact language was further revised by the Planning Commission to require both City Council and Commission review of any requests to exceed the maximum billboard cap. Oops. Okay. Moving on to maximum size, the proposed ordinance would increase the maximum dimensions, and it also includes setbacks from residential properties as well as from property lines. The intent behind these setbacks is to prevent impacts to neighbors, especially residents. There are provisions built into the ordinance to allow for flexibility from the setback requirements, which would be subject to Planning Commission approval. And last, we are formalizing the city's current practice of requiring billboard applicants to obtain an agreement with the city. These agreements would be subject to City Council approval, and those negotiations would occur outside of planning staff's review of the billboard application. Generally, these agreements have included provisions for annual mitigation fees paid to the city, which may include also include public use of billboards to advertise community events and discounts for local businesses. So just to back it up a little bit more and just to give a quick comparison of what's within the existing zoning code right now versus what is proposed within the billboard ordinance presented to you today. So in terms of the approval process, we do want to emphasize that no changes are proposed. Billboards currently require a conditional use permit and are subject to Planning Commission approval. And if the ordinance is adopted, the process remains the same. All billboards will continue to require Planning Commission approval and be subject to the appeal process. In terms of location, currently under the existing zoning code, billboards are allowed on all commercial and industrial properties, and there are quite a few industrial and commercial properties in the city. So under the proposed ordinance, they would only be allowed on commercial and industrial properties adjacent to the freeways. So inherently, that limits the number of billboards and really consolidates them closer to the freeways. In terms of maximum height, under the existing code, billboards can be built up to 35 feet, but as we've seen with these recent applications, they typically do include a variance request to exceed the 35-foot height limit. So under the proposed ordinance, staff is recommending a height up to 90 feet, but one of the things that we do really want to emphasize is that 90 feet is the maximum, and through the CUP process, through the evaluation undertaken by staff as well as the Planning Commission, we really require the applicants to demonstrate why that height is needed. So we typically require a number of visual studies, renderings taken from all sorts of different angles. We look at it from at least a dozen different perspectives, including any nearby residential uses. We look at simulations that show what a billboard could look like at a height of 70 feet, 80 feet, and 90 feet, and really kind of compare the differences. And one of the things that we discovered in determining what that number would be is that we did discover that the 405 freeway is very unique. There's a lot of freeway-oriented structures along there that could obstruct the visibility of the billboards. And so we felt that 90 feet was appropriate given just the unique circumstances and really just the added justification that applicants would be required to go through. And last, in terms of the residential setback, one of the things we do want to emphasize is that the existing zoning code currently does not have a residential setback requirement. So staff is recommending a setback so that billboards must be located at least 200 feet away from residential uses. The Planning Commission is an advisory body to the City Council. The Commission makes recommendations on matters related to Title 17 land use within the municipal code. So the Planning Commission's recommendations will be summarized over the next 2 slides. But for any zoning text amendments per the code, those recommendations are those initial staff recommendations are presented to the Planning Commission, and then the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the City Council. So tonight, the ordinance that's presented to you in Attachment 1, it's a collective of both the Planning Commission's recommendations as well as staff's. So first of all, the Planning Commission considered the Billboard ordinance twice in public hearings in August and September. It resulted in a dozen changes to the ordinance. So during the first public hearing on August 21st, the Planning Commission expressed an overall desire to cap the number of billboards citywide, really just to prevent any kind of signage proliferation along the freeways. And that was a really great recommendation. Staff included that in the revised ordinance, which was then presented to the Planning Commission at the second public hearing. The second public hearing on September 18th included a very lengthy discussion, and then overall, it resulted in commission consensus to amend 11 different sections of the ordinance. And I would recommend referring to Attachment 2 to your staff report, which really details the initial language recommended by staff and the changes that were recommended by the commission. So of the changes recommended by the Planning Commission, staff generally agrees with 7 out of 11 revisions. These changes are relatively minor and generally are consistent with the intent of the Billboard ordinance. So they're summarized over here on your screen. They cover a range of different topics. Going quickly over them, the Planning Commission recommended explicitly including mobile homes in the definition of a residential use, and staff agrees. The Planning Commission also recommended prohibiting any architectural projections above 90 feet and believed that the 90-foot maximum was sufficient, and staff agrees. They also recommended adding some clarifying language related to just support framing and architectural treatment to, again, limit the maximum height to 90 feet and to also just clarify the intent of some of the standards, really for the purposes of aesthetic reasons. Moving on to number 9, the Planning Commission recommended adding some additional contact info from billboard operators at or near the base, in case any members of the public, would like to see that contact information. Number 10, the Planning Commission recommended removing a provision so that expedited approvals would not be required for any future changes as a result of technological upgrades, and also not allowing any by right increases in the dimensions if that billboard happens to be modified in the future. So again, these are the 7 recommendations presented by the Planning Commission that staff is in agreement with because they are all consistent with the overall intent of the Billboard ordinance. So there were 4 out of the 11 revisions recommended by the Commission that staff wanted to highlight tonight. So first of all, the first relates to the public hearing notification radius. So essentially, who gets notified of a proposed billboard project depending on where they live. In general, the zoning code is set up so that any public hearings, public notices get sent out to everyone that lives or owns property within 500 feet of that project site. And that's standard across the board. So the Planning Commission voted to double the notification radius from 500 feet to 1,000 feet. After the commission meeting, staff consulted with the city attorney's office, and we concluded that the change is not necessary because that provision already exists within the zoning code itself. So, just to avoid some redundancy and really to avoid creating any excessive requirements for a specific land use, which could pose a legal liability to the city, staff would respectfully disagree with the Planning Commission, and that recommendation was not carried over into the ordinance that's presented to you in Attachment 2. Moving on to number 3, staff agrees with the Planning Commission's recommendation to cap the number of billboards citywide. However, at the second Planning Commission public hearing, they recommended involving the Planning Commission in any such decision to increase the number of billboards citywide. Staff overall is neutral on this and ultimately defers to the City Council, but please note that this change would lengthen the review period of any impacted applications. Moving on to number 7, the Planning Commission also recommends the inclusion of a city logo in all billboard designs. Previously, before the Planning Commission meeting, staff has been, or during the meeting, let me back up. Staff did discuss with the commission how the city and staff is in these ongoing discussions with applicants regarding billboard or city branding options. Those discussions are ongoing, and future design options will be considered carefully as those applications, reach that point in the overall review process. So therefore, staff's initial recommendation really did not mandate the inclusion of a city logo, but that is something that the Planning Commission overall is recommending. So staff is neutral on this recommendation, and we really leave it up to the council's discretion. And last, under number 8, staff's initial draft ordinance included an exceptions section, which allowed applicants to request exceptions to the development standards. Any request would still require Planning Commission approval, and staff's overall intent behind the exceptions section was really to address unique circumstances specific to a site and to allow applicants to, the chance to justify their situation. Planning Commission did recommend removing the exception section and instead require applicants to apply for a variance, which is very similar to the current process in place right now. Overall, staff is neutral on this topic, and we leave it up to the discretion of the City Council. But it is worth noting that the current variance process that we have in place, it's a little more challenging, and it does require findings that are not really related to billboard applications, and that's what resulted in staff drafting up this exception section. So nonetheless, regardless of what was discussed over the last 2 slides, we do really want to emphasize that staff has included 10 out of the 11 recommendations made by the Planning Commission. Attachment 2 represents all of those recommendations, everything with the exception of number 1 on the public hearing notification radius. Okay. So a lot of information, but we really just want to boil it down into 4 main anticipated outcomes. If adopted by the City Council, these are a couple of things that we can anticipate as a result of the billboard ordinance. Overall, it would result in a reduction in the total number of billboards citywide because they would be allowed in far less locations. Number 2, billboards would generally be consolidated in locations near the freeways, thereby reducing billboard proliferation throughout the city. These 2 anticipated outcomes contribute to the council's ongoing initiative to beautify the city. We can also anticipate that future billboard locations would operate more efficiently by utilizing modern technology and allowing each location to advertise multiple messages. And last, we can anticipate the billboard ordinance to result in significant public benefits through annual mitigation fees to fund general services benefiting the community. In conclusion, the Planning Commission and staff recommend introducing an ordinance for first reading approving the billboard ordinance, including the corresponding zoning text amendments. Should the City Council, by majority vote, wish to change any of the recommendations made by Planning Commission or staff, we would recommend referring to Attachment 2 and providing specific direction to staff on any modifications the Council wishes to make. That concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Anything else from the staff? Okay. With that, at this time, for Mayor and City Council question for staff, let me change the order a little bit here to be fair for everyone. So I'd like to recognize Councilmember Nguyen for 5 minutes to apply, please.
Well, I have no comment.
At this time, we are open up for Mayor and City Council questions for staff.
No, I don't have any question.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Mezzo?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you discuss about on the attachment number 2, the items 3 and 8? Can you go a little bit more detail on that one? The staff's initial recommendation and then the changing from the planning commission? Like what is, a little bit more detail on that?
Okay. Could we have the presentation back on the screen, please? Okay. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Monzo. Which was the specific item that you requested? Number three?
Yeah.
Number of billboards citywide. Okay.
So,
Okay.
so if a future billboard goes before the planning commission, does it not after that come to the city council?
So typically, with any land use decision, so any discretionary planning applications that are established in Title 17, land use of the zoning code, those land use decisions have been delegated to the planning commission. So those applications go directly to the planning commission, but they are subject to an appeal period.
Yeah.
So currently, with billboard applications, they require a conditional use permit. So since that is a discretionary land use decision that goes to the planning commission. However, again, any types of the applications, they are subject to a 15-day appeal period as well as city council call-up procedure.
And then what was the comments during that item number 3 between staff's initial recommendation and then the final planning commission recommendation?
Sure. So regarding that specific provision, so it relates to the number of billboards citywide. And overall, staff is in agreement of adding. Okay, so the original standard said that the city council may, however, approve additional billboard installations beyond this cap. So as part of the standard, it would be limiting it to 10 billboards citywide. Okay. So the original staff recommendation stated that the council may, however, approve additional billboard installations beyond this cap if it determines that the proposed billboard will not create adverse visual impacts on the surrounding area and will not diminish the effectiveness or revenue potential of existing billboards. So the Planning Commission's recommendation was to modify that language and to also include the Planning Commission in those kinds of decisions. So their specific recommendation required both the City Council approving any increase in the number of billboards along with the Planning Commission's recommendation, and then requiring any such decision to increase the number of billboards through a notice public hearing process at both the Planning Commission and City Council.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got for today, for now.
All right, thank you very much. Clear the, for 5 minutes for me, please. I know also the concerns and question for number 3. Go ahead and get it back. The follow-up question is this. I understand that the more billboards that we have, the more revenue that we can generate for the city. Am I correct about it? What happened? If right now we're limited to 10, okay? If we have more billboards in the city, for the citywide, then we can generate more revenue for the city. And what is the limit? And originally you came up with what were the to 10?
Question. Correct. With each billboard app, the city is requiring an agreement through either a development agreement or an operating agreement for public safety relates to those agreements. So yes.
I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about what was the reason for us to reconsider from the 17 billboards to 10 billboards. That will.
I think really that's really in your discussion. That's for whatever reason, The planning commission decided that they want.
I understand, but that's why I want to understand why and how commission, planning not. I want to hear from you.
Yes, sir. So I will answer both parts. Like Stephanie said, one would think that more billboards results in more. The free market will determine if we continue to add billboards, whether, let's say, the 10th billboard mitigation fee to the city will be the same as the first. If there's competition, that may affect it as you start to add more billboards along the corridor. Only time will tell, and the private sector drives that dollar amount. That's the first part of it. The second part of it has to do with when this was first presented to the Planning Commission, did we have limits, and what were those limits? And Ryan can answer that question.
We did not propose a limit the first time we took it to the Planning Commission, and based on the feedback we got in public hearing from the Planning Commission specifically, we went back. Billboards could potentially be on this development standards we were proposing. We found that it was 15 billboards along 22 freeway is whether the Planning Commission can have their recommendation as part of that assessment of whether we add billboard, the number of maximum billboards in the ordinance, but ultimately that will be up to the city council and at any time of billboards. So really you could look at this maximum of 10 as it's not set in stone, but that is the maximum that we are placing as of right now, and that's the way it would stand in the municipal code if it was approved.
It's to the council's discretion if you want to go back to wait and see or set a maximum.
Yeah, I understand from the council's discretion. That's the reason why I want to find out exactly what we can so that we suggest or recommend you guys what to do. First and foremost, if I will go back there. So next is
I think we don't want to cannibalize ourselves by giving it a number. We want to line up with our goal, and again, our goal may not be, they're not even aware, but our goal is to look into bringing more revenue to our city by doing this. So that may not be the planning commissioner's goal. So I am just looking on. That's it. So I totally understand where they're coming from with that. But then again, it's at our council's discretion. So I thank you for that. And I think that with stopping it at number 10, we would just let the market dictate. Only thing is, I can just imagine how you're kind of limiting yourself because it's not, if they're not spaced out, that would be a problem. So you wouldn't be able to get the 15 max that you think you could cap out at. And then from 10 to 15 will be. So you mentioned there was a number, I think I read somewhere, $500. Maybe that's for the static billboards, $500 for the fee. Digital. We are talking for license.
Number came from the item 4.1, the first public hearing.
Okay.
But it would, at this time for the business license tax, electronic billboards and static billboards would be taxed the same way in regards to the business license
500?
specifically. Yes, but the operating agreement or development agreement that is described in the ordinance presented would be an additional fee on top of that. So the business license tax is, basically, if there is no operating agreement between us and a billboard operator for a specific sign, they would still need to pay the business license tax. So if we had an operating agreement with an electronic billboard, as the current ordinance describes, they would pay both the business license tax and the mitigation fee as well. So those are separate.
Is that a one-time mitigation fee, or is that a yearly?
Annual.
Annually. Okay, I like that.
With very specific details on inflation.
Okay, so what,
A part of our biannual, I believe it's biannual fee study, because it's a tax, and it's not actually a part of the city fees, which I think the fees are a way to make the city whole for the services we provide, whereas the tax is a different.
Tax is a tax. So that's
tax
like a
is a
business
tax.
license fee. The key thing I think that you're concerned about is that in order to approve the billboard, we reach an agreement with them where usually a percentage of
you're on
the
my time now. Can you stop my time?
a percentage
Sorry.
of the revenue is shared with the city.
Okay.
And that's all negotiated because it's.
Yeah, well, I mean, because we're putting on our business hat. So we are looking at, okay, we want 15, we don't want 10 because we want to make more money. So if so, I just don't hear any dollar signs amount there, you know, so I just wanted to know. But can you just throw out there a number? Like what would be the mitigation fees that we're talking about?
So
Like just a range or an estimate?
It really depends.
It varies, right? So without, we're not reporting an actual agreement that's in place, but just
Yeah.
conversations
Right.
are in the range.
Yes. I won't hold you to it, and I think it's just representative of what we're,
Go ahead.
All right, your time is up.
can we need to say that number?
Back in 2021, on Fenwick Street, there was a billboard that was approved by City Council, an operating agreement, and that was for $160,000 annually. It has, we could expect it to be even more now, but it would be something that would be looked at on a project-by-project basis.
Okay,
But
thank
that
you.
is what
I
we.
think the last, without getting into the project or negotiations, the last dollar that you're negotiating amount is what?
$250,000 annually is.
Cool, thank you.
All right, next, Councilmember West, you are now recognized.
Thank you. Can we go to the last slide with the map? For 10 is, if we look at it, back to that map, the last page again, there's total of 12, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Off the 4 or 5, especially narrowing the area that's condensed in those areas right there. Imagine all of that electronic billboards blasting the resident homes in those areas. So I think with your guys' recommendation right now, from 17 down to 10, I think is very reasonable and considerate to the homeowners in those areas, and also for those who are driving on the freeway at nighttime. So I think that's very reasonable. Hopefully that will answer the question for the mayor and Mr. Monzo and Kimberly. Now also, I have a question on the page number 1. I guess the question number 1. Do you guys have that? Okay, public hearing. I guess that commissioner, I guess the commissioners, they recommend that we have the public hearings, but then with staff, you guys disagree, not include in draft ordinance. So I mean, you guys don't want the resident to be notified? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I can clarify that. Maybe Christian
Okay.
can jump in if I don't hit the target. But there is currently in our code a requirement for us to notify 500-foot radius for any CUP. CUPs come in different sizes and shapes, right? Regardless of the CUP, we have 500 feet. And what the commission would like us to do is that for this use only, for electronic billboards only, to go to 1,000. And at the recommendation of our city attorney that presided over the planning commission meeting, at the meeting, she expressed a concern that that was not pretty common. It was odd, the terms that she used. And we agree with that because we don't want to bias people that are in the business. We don't want to be biased towards people that are in the business of electronic billboards. We don't want to treat them differently than we would others that are applying for CUPs in the city. And as a government agency, we feel consistency is very important. So that's why we disagreed with the recommendation for the Planning Commission and would like to remain consistent at 500 feet. Now, keep in mind that when the project, when an actual project is submitted to planning, depending on where that 500-foot radius lands, right? Let's just take if the edge of that 500-foot radius is the middle of a neighborhood street, and you're the last house included, and let's say Vice Mayor is the next house included, we're not going to exclude her. We're going to logically extend it to the end of the block, just because it's good business and just good government to do that. So we will be expanding it beyond the 500 if needed. We just didn't want the 1,000 because that's biasing everybody towards against billboards.
Yeah, and if I may add, there is already a provision within the municipal code that gives staff the discretion to do exactly what Adolfo just described. So we already have the ability to be able to expand the radius, but rather than just calling out one specific land use, which could pose some legal liability to the city, we want to just be able to rely on that existing provision within the code that allows us to look at projects on a case-by-case basis and expand the public notification radius.
Okay.
All right, this time.
Can I have a question?
Hold on. This time I just want
Keep
to.
that slide. Can I have a question? Quick question.
Okay.
Round two.
Regarding to number 7 on the slide, City of Brandon. So please explain to me why we require to have LC logos on that, because.
Yeah, there are very. Is that the question, sir?
Right.
So there are very clear regulations by the Federal Highway Administration about what needs to be placed on an actual billboard, digital billboard. And so that's that. Having said that, a lot of agencies like the city to be branded through these billboard installations. So it's very common for a city shield to be located on it, or actually the words of the city located on top. And at this time, we don't have an application for a digital billboard, and when that application comes to the Planning Commission, it'll have a concept, and I expect that to be a very candid conversation about what we want them to look, and at the end of the day, it'll be the council's discretion as to whether we want a common look for all of these that come into the city, or whether we'll allow each operator to bring a different look. But it's not a requirement. Most cities like it because it identifies the city and provides people an opportunity.
Okay,
to
one of the problem that I concern is because we don't own the content of the advertisement, right? So the question for you, so when it comes to litigation, are we going to hold responsible for that?
Well, they have guidelines about that they're subject to, the companies that run the signs, and so they're limited to certain things that they can put on those signs. If we have our name on it, I don't think we're going to be held responsible for it. It is common to have that. If you go up to 57, you'll see City of Placentia has signage on theirs that identifies it. But part of their agreement is that they get to advertise city events on there. So it's kind of an identification as people are passing by that city is right there, and people might see some public advertising on there for a city event, let's say, or something else related to the city. A certain percentage, a small percentage of the sign time might be dedicated to that. But this is really a discretionary thing for the council. I don't see liability there because it's operated by a company and they have guidelines that they have to operate under.
All right, thank you. That's my question.
All right, at this time, I just want to note for the council that I am following exactly what is in the on the agenda, which we have staff report and then mayor and city council question for staff. At this time, question for staff. We are not at discussion yet. If you have question for staff, then we can continue on that. If not, then I will open up for public comments.
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ryan and Adolfo, maybe you guys can address this. So with the billboard liability, touching on with Mr. Nam Quang, I think, I don't know what is going to be displayed on the billboards, if it's some nudity or whatnot. How do you guys monitor that? And because, of course, we do have kids in our city, and they do drive in the car with their parents. How do you guys monitor that? And if there's lawsuit without name Westminster on it or whatnot, do you guys monitor what kind of company that will put on there on those billboards?
Yeah, so there's certain restrictions, kind of baseline restrictions from state law that they would have to follow, but I believe in the last operating agreement we made for an electronic billboard, we set even more restrictive standards as far as nudity and certain types of products that cannot be displayed. So that would be a part of the development agreement, operating agreement process to make sure that all of the products and services that are being advertised are being vetted and approved to be satisfactory by the city council.
Okay. And then I guess the other statement is, I know that you said, back to my question number one, public hearing. I know that you said we will go with the 500 to keep consistency with our application to all business who are applying for the CUP. But now with the CUP for billboards, it's a little bit different, because what I mean by that is this is a digital billboards where it will be bright, right? The brightness, it might affect more than 500 feet radius. It might affect 600, it might 1,000. So the thing is that would we assess it by different applicant that are applying for the CUP? Because with this digital billboard, it's completely different than someone applying for something else. That doesn't affect the light and the glare and the brightness.
Thank you for asking that question. I appreciate that. So we have a digital billboard along the 405, and it's the Westminster Auto Dealer sign. And when you drive along that particular display, you'll find that it is very bright. You'll find that it looks a little bit antiquated as far as the colors and all of that good stuff. As you drive along digital billboards that are the modern ones that we're seeing installed throughout the nation, really, it's a high-end technology. It's more like an LCD screen. You can't see it from every angle. It actually auto dims. So as the sun sets, it actually dims so that it's not bright as needed. Even with cloudy days, it adjusts its brightness. So the current technology is actually a lot less impactful. So the 500-foot radius would get people to the table that are going to be affected. There is no need for the 1,000 because of the type of display. The technology balances that out very well.
Okay. I appreciate you answering that, but I just want us to make sure we factor it in as 12 of those billboards that we have designated on the 405 freeway that we have recognized where we can put the electronic billboards. I just don't want it to be like Las Vegas. When you enter Las Vegas, everything is just glaring, right? And it just might be a concern of those homeowners off the 405 freeway area. That's all my concern is.
I left an answer. I left a little bit of my answer off, so I will, if I'm allowed to add that. There is a lighting study that will be required for every single submittal.
Okay.
And that lighting study has to be prepared by a third-party licensed electrical engineer, reviewed by our third-party licensed electrical engineer. And there's a standard, right? So the sign would not be able to brighten the area by a certain amount of lumens, right? So there is a very technical analysis that will be included in the review when brought to the Planning Commission as part of the CUP.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very good. Thank you so much, Adolfo. Let me see here. Since those area, back to the last map, if you can pull that back up again. Which area on here is our city property? Can you briefly let us know? Which area here? Off the 405 freeway?
So I'm looking at the map here, right? So they're not numbered, so it's going to be a little harder for me to describe. But if you see the football field at the high school, okay, so on that side of the freeway, a little bit going north towards District 1, that area right next to the Edwards Bridge is one of those locations.
Okay.
The other location that we're exploring is off of Beach and Edinger.
Beach and Edinger. Okay. Yeah. Those are two of our properties, right?
Those are the two locations that have been identified by the City Council for us to continue to explore, city-operated digital billboards.
Okay, are there any on the 22 by chance?
There are none on the 22 that are are proposed to be city operated due to we don't have any land on the 22.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And just want to let you know that we have electrical on board here, so if you, you want to use me,
Yes.
then I'm just kidding. Okay. Next, I want to go the second round with Vice Mayor Ho, if you have anything to, this is optional if you want to. This is the second round already. Go ahead.
No, I've been on the Planning Commission for 4 years, so I kind of know, I've heard a lot of details about these billboards, and I know how you guys really, our planning commissioners, have to scrutinize every single billboard, the placement, location, lighting studies, as you mentioned, and all that. So, no, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Menzo?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to piggyback off on Councilmember Nguyen's comments about the branding. I do kind of see a little bit problematic if it's a requirement. So let's say, let's say they all, down the line, they all got approved along the 405. So, I mean, to require that each and every single one of those has our city logo on it, I would see that kind of being a problem, because you're forcing somebody to do that. It'd be one thing if it is in the agreement and they agree to it, and that's fine. But to me, I would see kind of an issue with that. And the question for item number 8, on that, for the exceptions, any exception requested, which that would have to go through the Planning Commission with the staff's initial recommendation, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So that's not saying that they can't. So by the Planning Commission wanting to strike that whole entire section of exception, what does that mean? There is no exceptions?
So applicants can still, under the current zoning code, they can still request a variance in conjunction with their application to request an exception to any of the development standards. So typically what that would entail is submitting an additional application fee to the city, allowing staff to review that concurrently with their conditional use permit application. Where there is some challenges is that the variance findings are not really unique and specific to billboard applications. Typically variance requests require findings of adverse physical impacts and undue financial burden, or things that are very specific when it comes to variances. And so what we tried to do under staff's initial recommendation for exceptions was we carved out findings that were more unique to billboards, so that if the city wanted to consider an exception to the development standards, that these are things that the city would normally look at as it relates to billboards versus variances, which just generally apply to different types of applications, typically dealing more with like the physical development of a site. And if there's like an unusual like shaped parcel or lot and things that don't normally apply to billboards. So there is still a process, but staff was recommending doing that through an exceptions process because that would allow us to tailor that review process more specific to billboards.
So the variance would be just a much larger hurdle for them to go through.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I followed Councilmember Menzo, and I have the same questions as they. So I want to follow up with the following questions. Number one, for approval, we know that the staff have approval guidelines, but let's say that the billboard owner, they want to have the message on that. Does it include it in our guidelines that they have to give us the approval before they can put it up, or they have the right to change it anytime they want to? Do they have to go through us?
For advertising?
For advertising.
Typically, no.
I understand. The reason I'm trying to ask that question is because of the liability that we need to look at.
So we would, in the operating agreement or development agreement, lay out what they cannot advertise, but and I should clarify my past statement, that we wouldn't actually approve each advertisement going up, but it would be clear what they aren't allowed to advertise, and then they would be able to advertise any products or services that aren't in those restricted items.
I want to follow up with that. You said that we will approve every ads that they have, right?
We will not approve advertisements
We will
on a case-by-case basis specifically. Okay. We will just before the sign is even erected, we will go into an agreement to say this specific type of advertisement of this service or this product would not be allowed at any time, and they would be able to operate with any advertisements that wouldn't fall under those specific categories. And that's how it's usually, these agreements are usually done.
And the city is allowed to ask for, say, the advertisement deck, and they would provide what, say, was advertised during a certain period.
Okay,
so we would vet that to make sure that it's actually being followed.
Okay, we might need to approve that, but as they move forward and have the different advertisement, I think it's better if we can change it to let them know that they need to forward rather than wait for them to come up and then we find out what what's up there. If they send us a copy of that, then we can take a look at that and see, yeah, it's no problem. We don't need to go through the approval process, but we know exactly what is their advice.
So I don't think it's realistic for us to be able to approve anything prior to them displaying it. But we're going to set the rules in the agreement of what they can display. And at any time, if we feel that they're not following the rules, we can actually have them provide us the advertisements if there is a problem area and then hold them accountable in that manner.
Can you go back to the list, that 1, 3, 7, and 8? Okay, I do agree with number 1, that I disagree that the 1,000 feet requirements and the number of billboards we were talking about it, the city branding that we talk about it for the exception. I think that it will be different every case that we have to encounter, and we should have the exception there so that we can review and make change if need to. I think that we need to, here I see that do not allow applicant. That means we shut them down. We are not going to let them have any choice, or, it's also, it will be in our decision to whether to allow it or not, a variance, or to allow them or not. But at the same time, we have to be open up for them to present their scenario or from their point of view. So that's my question. Do you think that is still, I know you said it's neutral here, but I think that it's up to.
For the number of, total number? Is it for the, for the exception section? I think Stephanie did a great job of explaining it. I think that historically the city of Westminster's done, they exercise too much freedom, I believe, in variances, right? Just slapping the word variance and then making an exception. The way that it was written in for this particular topic is very specific to billboards. So they do have a right, based on what was originally proposed by staff, to be able to make that case as part of this topic. So
right.
Yes, I agree with you.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yeah, thank you. Can you keep that slide? For number 1, I think we should follow state law. If state law allow, require that we have to notify the house owners in the radius of 1,000 feet, then we do that. But then I believe that if we keep it in the radius of 500 feet, it's going to save a lot of money for the applicants. So why, in our city, we encourage, small business to thrive, and then we have more rules and red tapes like this. So I believe that we should limit it, the radius within 500 feet. That's number 1. Go back to number 7. You know what? Even though the we have a slim chance that we're going to get into litigation, but why we open door for more trouble to get in? So I personally think that we should eliminate, that trouble in the first place. There's no need to force people to display our logo on the ads. So that's what I want to suggest City Council's members
At this time,
to
we
consider.
just question for the staff. We are not at the discussion yet, so you have a question for staff?
No.
Okay.
I just
All right.
make
Okay.
a suggestion
Okay.
to City Council members.
We can wait until the mayor and council member discussion after the public comment. Would you please?
Okay.
Okay. All right. At this time, I would like to open up for public comments. So,
I have one more question. Do you want me to go later after the discussion? I can do discussion.
yes, you can go after the public comments. At this time, I would like to open for public comments. So, is there any speaking request
Yes,
for public
Mayor.
comment? Item 4.1 and 4.2.
Yes, David Johnson, followed by Jacko Luong.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. Dave Johnson from Westminster. Okay. Two of the most important things that you could do is reduce blight while increasing our revenue. I'm hoping you're going to look at the equal balance there, because when you think in your mind's eye of driving through a California city that has great blight, you see billboards there in that city. Billboards, too many billboards create blight. They're one of the factors. That's why I like it's just the freeway-facing ones. The problem is 5 of you were at Sequoia today, which is wonderful. I'll talk and thank you for that later. But coincidentally, when we were taking our photo there and I looked over at DDRV, I could see that bright sign. That's not 500 feet away, Adolfo. That's like a mile away. It's very bright. Amy, I appreciate you recognizing that the map had 2 dots in Area 1. Actually, I think you were missing the other 2 that are down by Carvana. There's and plus 2 more toward the corner where the 22 meets the 405. There's 4 in our area. Be careful of line of sight. Amy brought it up, and I'm hoping the rest of you will now bring it up after I've mentioned it. When we were talking about the DDRV sign and some others that came up that were nixed a few years ago, they were talking about facing this toward the freeway. That's not creating the blight. And making sure it doesn't come back at our homes. That is creating the blight. Because when we create blight toward our homes, we get lesser home value. That's going to affect your revenue. We will get less anchor stores that want to come to our place. I mean, how many of us wish that we had better stores and better restaurants, right? The anchor stores. When they see and evaluate a city full of blight, they don't want to come. We have to look at that balance there. And although 500 feet might have something to do with looms, I still see it whether the looms are greater in my eyeball or not, and it's creating blight. So what we need to do is make sure that when this is facing the freeway, that there's some kind of black side that is facing the homes. Because if this is facing all of our homes and it's in your bedrooms, you're going to wish you hadn't done this. Because we have to look at the big picture, the equation of blight versus revenue. So I'm really hoping that one of you, or more than one of you, bring up that subject matter again after I'm done talking, when it comes to how is this affecting the line of sight in the homes. All right, thank you.
Next speaker, Jacko Luong, followed by Donald Link.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a Westminster small business owner. I oppose item 4.2 for the welfare of the city. I have 4 talking points and a few questions. Point number 1, passing 4.2 will create an abundance of legal nonconforming billboards with no path for conformance, negatively affecting sign owners and the landowners where the displays are located. Point 2, city should consider entering a relocation agreement with existing static freeway billboards to convert their signs to digital, revenue share with the city in an effort to diversify the city's income stream and strengthen its general fund, which supports goal number 1 of the Westminster Strategic Plan to achieve financial stability. The state, pursuant to BPC 5412, states, it is a policy of the state to encourage local entities and display owners to enter into relocation agreements. Local entities are specifically empowered to enter into relocation agreements on whatever terms are agreeable to the display owner and local entity, and to adopt ordinances or resolutions providing for a relocation of displays. Point number 3, the 200 feet from residence buffer and the 10 feet setback requirement is excessive. These requirements do not exist in state and federal sign ordinance, nor in the ordinance of several cities located in and around Orange County. The 200 feet requirement is an arbitrary number and not rooted in any lighting study that suggests that should be the minimum. Conversely, sign manufacturers with the use of latest in technology and physical installing louvers on the billboard can mitigate lighting where it's not intended. Lighting studies can provide evidence that light intensity from the billboard will be well below the city's max lighting intensity standards. Billboard lighting can be controlled to be no brighter than existing city street lights or the lights of the steps inside a movie theater, for example. Point number 4, the city should reinstate the previous draft allowing the Section 8, which is exceptions to standards. Without it, sign owners looking to apply for a billboard permit and negotiate a revenue share with the city might be facing challenges during the entitlement process because the applicant would have to apply for variance, which is extremely difficult to approve. A few questions. How many locations will become legal non-conforming billboards if the new sign ordinance passes? 2, how many existing digital billboards are there currently in the city? 3, will billboard applications submitted prior to the adoption of a new ordinance be processed according to the existing or proposed ordinance? Question 4, is the max 10 digital billboard allowance for 10 display faces or 10 structures? Please vote no to item 4.2. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next speaker, Donald Lank, followed by Nguyen Hung.
Hit it. Okay, this is something that brought me here about 15 years ago when the Sunset Ford sign was abandoned and by where Viet Satellite was, which was originally a dentist's office in the middle of Garden Grove Boulevard off the side street in a neighborhood. It got turned on after the fact without a CUP. It had us all up in arms because when it was turned on to begin with from Sunset Ford, it made night into day. And they waited till the townhouses they all got sold, and the last guy to come in there, he thought he had to get up and go to work because it became daylight. Anyway, it finally got torn down about 15 years after the CUP was withdrawn because they already applied for one. Question for the council or for maybe the planners there. You say there's 28 now signs, 10 with CUP, is the other the 18 without?
Would you like us to answer that question,
Could they answer?
Vice Mayor?
Just for point of
Mayor?
information.
Oh, Vice Mayor.
Our mayor stepped away.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, that is true. 28 billboards total, 10 of them have CUPs based on the city's inventory count.
So 18 without CUPs, what's the determination for the 18 without CUPs? They just continue? Is there a point where they need to apply for a CUP, or they just get grandfathered in?
I think we're getting into item 4.1.
Yeah.
which-
Christian, we're
Yeah,
getting into
exactly.
4.1 at this point?
That's 4.
Yeah, the item
4.1,
was
that's
pulled.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, those are different types.
But I think he can still address 4.1. If there's something you want to say about it, you just speak to the council.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'll defer that and wait for it to.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the 1,000-foot thing, now, if there wasn't a 1,000-foot thing, and the circumstances with digital billboards, they're unique unto themselves. They're not like applying for a roller rink or whatever, a liquor store, even though we have a lot of liquor stores. Seems like they all get approved, right? 1,000 feet is not unusual because if you're within 1,000 feet of a electronic billboard, you're going to see it. Just like Carvana. And I got to tell you, my son's the director for Carvana. But I didn't even know he was going to put what do you call him, a coin-operated vending machine for cars?
That's correct.
Way after the fact. Anyway. How about you say that a person at this point can, or a business can erect one if they have a business property at this point? So is there a cooling off period in the meantime for them to do that, or is there going to be a rush to erect signs? 8 seconds.
I don't think we have time to answer that, but you just need to let us know, let the council know, and maybe perhaps when we discuss, we could bring it up. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there a next person?
Next speaker is Nguyen Hung, and last speaker, Terry Raines.
Do you want to wait for the mayor?
Good evening.
Hello.
Recently, there have been two very contradictory events that have made me wonder, because the police address law seem unclear, and to avoid misunderstanding, that is being discussed among.
It's the public. It's a public hearing.
I'm sorry, we are talking about the billboard. We're at 4.2. We're 4.2.
So I wait for non-agenda?
Yeah, non-agenda item, please. All right, thank you.
Last speaker,
Excuse
Terry
me.
Raines.
Mr. Mayor, may take order of the crowd. You don't have to talk bad about other residents. That's really embarrassing.
Please, quiet down. I believe that at this time, Councilmember Menzo have some requests.
Yes, Mayor. There's a person in the audience who spoke on this issue that I need to, now I'm going to choose to recuse myself from this item because that member made a contribution to my campaign.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your recuse, for your clarification on that. Okay, next is, I just want to mention again, this is for public hearings item only, so please address to the council with that item. Please, next speaker.
Last speaker, Terry Raines.
Okay.
You have quorum.
Yeah, we got it.
We have a quorum.
The second whereas clause on page 2 of this ordinance states, a notice was also posted at the project site. Again, what project site? Or is this just another sloppy copy and paste error from another ordinance? Ordinances enact laws. As such, the city must always carefully proof the content of ordinances and other legal documents before bringing them to the city council for adoption. Specifically, the city attorney's office must do a better job of approving to form. Section A on page 4 of the ordinance states, electronic billboards as defined in section 17,710 are recognized as a legitimate form of commercial use in the city. The problem is that definition isn't added until page 16 under section 13 of the ordinance. Generally accepted practice is to place definitions either at the very beginning or the very end of an ordinance. In this case, the definition should appear at the very beginning because this ordinance is introducing something completely new to our municipal code, electronic billboards. I watched the Planning Commission's hearings. I agree with staff's position on the commission's attempt to codify and increase to the legal noticing requirement in the ordinance. As explained, staff can always choose to expand notifications as they've done in the past, but codifying a completely different noticing requirement versus what is prescribed by state and local law for just one type of land use, electronic billboards, would indeed be problematic. While I understand the Commission's desire to add mobile home to the ordinance's definition of residential uses, it's not necessary because state law already includes mobile homes in the state's definition of residential uses. The Commission removed the allowance for architectural elements to add minimally to the overall height of electronic billboards, and also added that framing is only allowed to the degree necessary for structural support, and I disagree with both amendments. I've seen mock-ups of various electronic billboard designs. Allowing minimal architectural elements on the framing can help beautify these structures. More importantly, minimal architectural elements added to the very top of the billboard provides an excellent opportunity to display the city's logo prominently at the very top of the structure, pursuant to the newly added subsection G7 city branding requirement. The Commission added must be minimal and unobtrusive to the section concerning architectural elements in the design of the supporting columns. This wording is subjective and therefore does not belong in objective design standards for electronic billboards. Finally, the Commission removed the entire section that provided for design exceptions because they felt exceptions should have to go through the variance process. Staff's response implies there's some reluctance on their part because variances require things that are really not related directly to billboards, but I still believe that it should be as the Planning Commission stated. I agree with the rest of the Planning Commission's amendments. I'm excited to see this objective to increase city revenue move forward. Just 2 electronic billboards are expected to bring in at least $120 million over 30 years. I don't call that mitigation fees. I call that income sharing agreements. I have provided hard copies of these comments to you all up on the dais. I hope you've had them. No, you didn't have them. And also, I have a whole speech for 4.1. I'm not still sure, is it continued to the next meeting or is it tabled? And can I speak on it?
At this time, we are not sure when we are going to have that on again. When we have that item agendized, then you can speak on that.
That's correct. It'll be renoticed when that item comes back. It's
Right.
not continued to the next meeting.
So can I speak on it or not now?
You can speak on it,
So I can-
but you already have 3 minutes, right?
That's what I'm asking,
Yeah,
because I had a
okay.
separate
You have
comment,
3
obviously.
minutes for the whole comment already. Thank you. Okay, is there any more public comments?
I have no more speakers, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, I would like to close the public comment. The next one is going to be mayor and council member discussions. So I can go ahead and start with council member West.
Thank you,
5
Mr.
minutes,
Mayor.
please.
I have question that I want to continue that you said I can ask during this time.
You can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to ask, number one, the first question is, staff, I don't know if Ryan or Adolfo can answer this, or who needs to take this. How many location will become legal confirming electronic billboards if the new sign ordinance 4.2 passes today?
So I think there is only one electronic billboard along the 405 that is considered a billboard. I think that Dennis Dillon RV's sign was brought up, but that's technically an on-premise sign, so it wouldn't be considered a billboard because it's not advertising products or services that are off of that site. So there is only, to my knowledge, one electronic billboard along the freeways in the city.
So is that the one that belongs to the city?
That's the Westminster Auto Dealer sign, and it doesn't belong to us, but we did approve it with the CUP under the RDA program in the past.
Okay, so far, that's only one that will be approved. That's in approval right now.
Or that is already, yes, that is
Okay.
standing as of right now. And then there's the Fenwick billboard that was approved that is not erected yet, but they're going through the building permit process at this time.
Is that the one that the council approved recently?
No, that was the previous council.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so then it will be a total of 2, and the one that we just approved recently, right?
Well, when you say the ones that we approved recently,
Yeah.
you're referring to the city, on city property ones?
Yeah.
Those, you authorized us to begin a process, and we're going to continue to bring you an actual project. So that has not been approved yet.
Okay, okay, gotcha. Now, how many existing digital billboards are there right now that we know of?
In the city of Westminster?
City of Westminster.
The Westminster Auto Dealer sign on the 405.
Okay, just one. Okay. Will Billboard's application submitted prior to this adoption of 4.2 today of the new ordinance process according to the existing proposal? So would the old one be put over into this one, the application from the old application?
So I believe, are you asking if there's currently an application and what rules are going to apply to it?
I guess I'm asking the billboards, the electronic billboards application that was submitted prior to this process tonight. If this process approved 4.2, would we take those application, move it into this?
No, so.
Or start all over again?
So there's one billboard that Ryan described, which is the auto dealers. That's a project that's been approved and entitled and built. Then there's the Fenwick property one, which has been entitled and not built, already approved. And then there's currently no projects in the queue. Do you want to talk about? Three pending. Okay.
Yes, the city has three pending billboard applications that were submitted earlier this year. So those would all be submitted prior to ordinance adoption, and that is something that staff would consult with the city attorney's office in terms of how exactly this new ordinance would apply. So I would defer to the city attorney in terms of adding any additional details.
City attorney?
You have to take those on a case-by-case basis. You have to have a vested right before, otherwise the council, if it changes the ordinance, then that's going to be what applies to those applications. So what I would say is I don't know the details of those applications, and for now, if you approve this, it's going to apply to those applications probably.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, question, the last one. Is the max 10 digital billboards allowance for 10 display faces or 10 structures? Because, you know what I'm talking about. Go
Yes,
ahead.
it would be
Ryan.
structures.
Okay,
So there could
gotcha.
be 2 faces on each structure.
Okay, gotcha.
A maximum
So
of 2 faces.
basically, one of the resident was concerned that they say if there's a possibility that one side would be black toward the house, the resident, homeowners, and the other will be, you know, electric billboards, but it's not the case, right? It's on both sides, is that correct?
That's correct. They're two-sided. Let's talk about the ones that are being proposed and not the on-site one that is at our former RV site. The ones that are being proposed are forward freeway facing, so they're on one structure and they're angled towards the freeway.
Okay.
There's no backside that faces the home.
Okay.
They're both, the faces can be adjusted at different angles so that they face for southbound freeway traffic and for northbound freeway traffic, but face towards the freeway, not towards the home. So there's no backside of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, thank you. I have to
Vice Mayor
excuse
Ho.
myself with those questions.
Vice Mayor
I'm gonna
Ho.
Excuse myself.
You recuse?
Yeah, recuse myself.
Okay, there's another one, recuse, Councilmember West. Can you state the reason why you recuse yourself?
Because I believe maybe one of the person have donated, but I haven't exactly know
Okay.
what month.
All right,
I
thank you
just
for
wanna
your
make sure.
transparency on
But I
that.
finished my question.
Okay, thank you. All right, Vice Mayor Ho.
So this is time for discussion among the city
Right,
council
correct,
members.
correct.
So my comment is that, of course, the static billboards versus the digital, so you know, we're not talking about static billboards, we're talking about digital, and I think it's a must. Digital billboards, if you come into an area or a city where you see, I believe, this is my personal feeling on this, is that it just shows that we're keeping up with the time. And, you know, today's technology, I mean, I want us to, like when people go through our city or another city, they come to us, to our city, and if we have like all static billboards, that automatically signal to people that this city is not keeping up with the time. So I think it's good for us to do that, besides the revenue sharing and all that. And yeah, so I had mentioned, I guess I'm just going to recap the part about the 10. I don't believe in capping it at 10. I'm not sure if 15 is the max, but I think right now we have to look at the big picture. We're not going to say we cap at any amount, any number, simply because there's going to be criteria. Correct me if I'm wrong, like on the application, there are certain things that, you've got, the location is going to be vetted, correct? What are some of the requirements? Like, how do you know this is the right location or the wrong location? I understand that it has to be, it can't be glaring and blasting towards the residential area. But how do you know how far it is from one to the next?
So there's
That's
a few
a question for staff.
Yeah, so there's a few different regulations, some by the city and some by the state. To start with the state, 2 billboards, if you're talking about static billboards, can't be within 500 feet of each other. If you have 2 electronic billboards, that extends to 1,000-foot distance that needs to be between them. And that's what's also being considered when we came to the number of 15 of what we're looking at for the potential billboards that could be erected. And that's another thing to contend with is commercial and industrial zoning. A billboard must be located in those specific zoning types. And as you mentioned, residential distance requirements, and there's setback requirements as well that we could go into, but those are just a few of the general ones.
So after looking or considering all those criteria, you determine that the number is 15, or it could be more than 15, or would it be capped at 15 if we were to cap it at 15? Is there, I don't think it's even necessary to even put a cap, because if you have the criteria, it's going to automatically cap at 15 or whatever number that is.
Right, what's the controlling factor?
Yeah, because those are the controlling factor. Thank you.
Yeah, so exactly. The 15 was an exercise taken based on the Planning Commission's feedback, and it was just to say if, with all the standards that we laid out, it would be a maximum of 15 naturally, but not a cap that we are proposing. And then we took that a step further to propose a cap of 10 because we were worried about too many billboards along the corridor. But as stated in the staff notes, the staff is neutral on that direction from Planning Commission.
Okay. Well, I really don't think I want to cap it. I think the criteria are, those are pretty tough criteria to satisfy. So automatically, I think it'll be minimum 10 and maximum 15. That's, I think, is natural, according to all those very tough criteria they have to go by. And then in regards to the putting our brand, city branding, I was thinking, I heard some of those comments, and I was thinking, well, I initially thought the same thing you did, and I think that I like the idea that, well, I really don't think that we're legally responsible for, things that are the content there, being that we have the criteria for that too, so they can't be putting all kinds of content on the billboard. So the only thing what I look at would be, just really quickly, is that I think it's a plus, it's a benefit for our city to put our brand on the billboard.
All right, thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you. You know what, the more we discuss, the more I think we need more time to study about this proposal from staff. So can I make a motion?
No, not yet. We are at the discussion.
I think I need more time on this. Okay. Thank you.
All right. I just want to follow up with Vice Mayor Ho. I agree with her that we set up we set out to have the maximum, and I want to thank staff for taking your time to work with the vendors to come up with the guidelines and everything. I know that you have gone through every step to make sure that this is, the consideration that the lights taken into consideration. I know that you said that you have the light expertise to look into that, electrical engineer. I know that all these that you set out to do, then you will follow up on that before you actually propose this item. And you have gone through with the planning commissioners. You have agreed plenty of them already. Just a few things that you think that is it needs council decision. That's why you said you are at neutral. I appreciate for that. And by looking at those, I think that I already stated why we need to do what we need to do. For example, for the number, we shouldn't be capped at 10. And I agree with Vice Mayor Ho on that. For the branding, I also agree with her on that too. So at this time here, we can go for council action. And with that, I guess that I entertain if there's a motion for this.
I'd like to motion to approve item number 4.2.
I second that.
Can I make a substitute motion?
Go ahead, make a substitute motion.
I would like to bring this one back to discussion the next City Council meeting.
Is there a second to the motion? Hearing none, the motion fell. So we have the first motion, the original motion. Roll call vote, please.
Christian, if I may ask a question, City
Yes.
Attorney. So is the approval removing some of the language that's in the resolution? So we want no limit, 500 feet?
That's
are
true.
those?
Clarify specifically what it is that you're wanting to have removed.
Oh,
So you go ahead, the motion maker, you want to clarify that?
yeah, so I think we need to be consistent,
Okay.
and so we will keep it at 500
500.
feet. And is there something else?
So
Anything
no
else?
limit as to the number?
Right, no
Okay.
limit. And if those are the two things we need to remove.
And the city branding?
City branding, we can leave that.
Before we vote on this item, I just have a comment. When did we start with this projects? A year ago or more than a year ago when we bind the contract with the vendor?
There's two topics, right? So there's the city entered into an agreement with the digital billboard operator, and that was December of 2023.
2023. Okay, it's almost a year now.
Yeah, and then at the time, once we got direction from council, we then realized that there needed to be work done on citywide rules so that everybody, public, private, every residence, everybody understands what the rules are in the city. And that's what we're here for tonight, to talk about the rules.
So we're talking about almost a year ago that we have this project going on, and you've been working with them day in, day out to come up with guidelines and everything until today you propose it to, you brought it to, you have gone through the planning commissioner and bring it up to council for decision. And then I'm very, I don't know what I say, but I'm very disappointed this time if our council received their support, financial support from some of these people in order for us. This project may not go through, being that two council members are recusing. I don't know, and then if one of us trying to prevent this project going on, then all of your effort going to drain. Nothing worth to move forward. And it's just a waste of time, waste of energy, waste of taxpayer money to go through this. And what I'm seeing right now, that might happen. So I don't know what else that we have to do, but the potential of this project may not move forward if we have 3 people on board. So at this time, we have the motion and second on the floor. Go ahead and call for vote, please.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, seconded by Mayor Nguyen to introduce first reading ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, approving a zoning text amendment, case number," oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to jump in right now. So it's to introduce for first reading an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, approving a zoning text amendment, case number 2024-0188, amending Title 17 to the Westminster Municipal Code, Chapter 17.330, signs related to electronic billboard freeway signs, billboard ordinance, and that is as amended, to keep the distance at 500 feet, no limit as to number of billboards, and leave the recommendation from the Planning Commission related to branding." Thank you.
Roll call vote, please.
If I could, may I say something?
Go ahead.
Councilmember Nam Quang, is there a reason why you'd like to bring this back?
I need more time to study it.
What do you have specifically what you want to study? Because I think that we have 72 hours provided to you to look at this, and do you have specific question that?
I have reasons. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Go ahead, vote.
I'm just asking you if you have specific.
I have my own reason.
Okay, all right. So you, okay, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Councilmember Nguyen,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes,
Motion does not pass.
all right.
It requires three affirmative votes.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on.
Since this was a public hearing, do you want to, maybe someone else entertain continuing the item to the next meeting?
Okay, may I ask staff, are you ready to bring this this item back for the next meeting? And Councilmember Nguyen, I just want to make sure if the staff bring back next meeting, are you ready to go for it? Or
You
need
two
more
doesn't
time?
want it. You just don't want it, right? That's what I proposed in the first place.
No, you asked for more time. I'm asking you, if we bring it back at the next meeting, is that enough time for you? I don't want to have staff bring it back next meeting and you said
You know what? I will set up a meeting with staff to go through every single details, and then I just want to make sure that I got enough information for the next city council meeting.
So next city, can we agendize this item for next city meeting? That's the question from the city attorney.
Actually, well, so I'll jump in, or Christian, if you'd like to jump in. Noticing requirements, et cetera.
Yeah, so that's what I was getting at. If someone, since the substitute motion didn't pass and then the primary motion didn't pass, I was thinking that maybe the two council members might now agree to the continuance. So if maybe one of them would make a motion to continue it to the next meeting, then we don't have to renotice it. Otherwise, if we're going to bring this item back, we'd have to go back.
If it fails, right, you have to bring it back, correct? And then you have to renotice?
We'd have to renotice. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the difference.
All right.
So I'm going to go ahead and just,
continue.
yeah, I would ask for a continuance for the next, if that's okay, Councilman
second it.
Nam Quang, next meeting, and then if staff could accommodate him, give him the time he needs so that he could be prepared, be ready next.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, we don't want to
There's a motion on the
re-notify.
second on the floor.
Thank you.
Continue this item for the next meeting.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, seconded by Mayor Nguyen to bring back the item next meeting. I will go ahead and call roll. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item is 5.1, approval. All right. Are we still looking for another one, or? Oh, it's just over there. So we are going with the regular business, and 5.1, approval of snack bar concession agreement. Let me tell you this. I was there for the last 2 or 3 years, probably 3 years. First year I was there with former Mayor Trita, and for the last few years I was there. And I have to recognize the magnificent work from Director Vanessa Johnson. She coordinated this with staff and get it going. Very well done. I appreciate for all your work, hard work there, and I don't see any problem of moving forward with approving for the snack bar concession agreement. So I move to
second it.
We have motion and second on the floor. Please call for roll vote.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, to approve an agreement between the City of Westminster and District 62 Challenger Division Little League for use of snack bar facility located at Westminster Park, 14402 Magnolia Street, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen, Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-0 with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, I want to thank you all for coming out and stay from the beginning until now. Some of you were here even at the time that we start with the closed session discussion meeting. So I want to thank you for taking your time to be out here and express your opinions. I just want to let you know that we consider that, but at the same time, for the council standpoint, we will make the decision as the best decision for the whole resident, for whole community. So at this time, I would like to open up for the oral communication concerning non-agenda items. Non-agenda item. At this time, you can speak. You have 3 minutes to speak, but at the same time, you can pick on any item topics that you want to. So why don't you read the instruction into record, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to council chambers. Submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step up to the podium at that time and state your name, city of residence for the record.
Before you call the first speaker, I just want to mention that we from the City Council, we have the policy resolution number 4963. a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster establishing the rules and decorum and civility at city council meeting, which require three different sections. Section 1 is civility policy. We need to treat everyone courteously and be open-minded in consideration of viewpoints and allow all members of the public to speak without intimidation and interruption. The section number 2, rules of decorum. For this rule of decorum, all person attending the city council shall obey any lawful order of the mayor presiding official, which is me, to enforce the rules of decorum. All persons attending the city council meetings shall listen courteously and attentively to all public discussion at the meeting and avoid interrupting members of the public addressing the city council and city officials. And members of public shall address the city council regarding items that are within the subject matter and shall refrain from personal attack upon individual council members or if the comments are not within the subject matter. If all fails, then we have to enforce the rules of decorum and civility policy, and that is you may ask to leave the city council after a few warnings, and I don't want to do that, so help me not to come with that decision, because I don't want to do it. And at the same time, please refrain from using any profanity language. As we know that, as you know, I mentioned it over and over again, that we may have students, high school students, and I've been told about it, that students are watching our city council so that they can get extra credit, and I don't want them to be influenced because of what we are saying here, using profanity language. So again, I would like to ask you to refrain from using any profanity language at this meeting. At this time, I would like to open up for the first speaker.
First speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Dao Tran.
Thank you. Another bunch of our residents were given this eviction notice. They found this in their mailbox. This was put out by a candidate for city council, Mr. Joseph No. So as part of that, they had a press conference out front here, which had one of our sitting council members outside there also addressing the Vietnamese community. Obviously, all these are done in Vietnamese. Nothing's ever in English. However, what they're doing is they're stoking the fears of residents of these mobile home parks that they're going to be evicted because of development and residences being built. So they're pushing that out there, all in the favor of trying to get this guy elected to this city council. He's a traffic commissioner, so by putting out these lies, all they're doing is supporting a lying traffic commissioner that works for this city. Not only that, but this guy lied about himself being arrested. That's another form that they had out there for vandalizing the City Hall building. We had a city council member stand there videotaping all this and watched while he vandalized the City Hall meeting, or the City Hall building. So is this the kind of people you want on this city council? You've got this liar, Joseph No. You've got a sitting council member watching him do this. Doesn't do anything, doesn't stop him, but instead stands out there and videotapes, all the while he should have been in here in a closed session. And this has got to stop. I'm actually amazed that these two council members showed up for closed session today. I expected to see them out there the entire time this press conference was going on. Another thing I would like to thank Mr. Manzo for showing what an ethical council member does when there may be a concern, and he recused himself from parts of the two different discussions up here. Ms. West had to wait till after the discussion and then recused herself. She should have done that at the very beginning if there was any concern about a conflict of interest. But thank you, Councilmember Manzo, for doing this, because this is what ethics means. You be polite, you be professional, and if you have to step out while your fellow council members discuss a topic, then you do so if there's a possible conflict of interest. Thank you very much.
Stay there for a minute, please. Mr. Michael, just brief comments. And because it's related to the city, eviction notice that also mentioned the city of Westminster in there. That's why I have a question for you, city attorney. Did you say that they put it in the mailbox? Yeah. Okay. All right. They cannot do that. Okay. No candidate can put anything in the mailbox. Yeah, am I right about this? No.
Yeah, I think that would be something you report to law enforcement and postal.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, that's just quick comments. The next speaker, please.
I have a brief comment. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
That resident, I just want to address, Carlos Manzo was here for asking staff questions, so was I. I asked Mr. Mayor if I can go ask that question. He said to delay later, so that's what I did. I follow his protocol, Mr. Mayor, and then once the question's asked, then I accuse myself to leave behind. So I just want to make clarification. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the clarification, but when you come back, you should ask me first instead of going off your 5 minutes and then you ask that question. You wait until the last minute, you ask me that question. This is not acceptable, to be honest with you. All right,
Mr.
let's
Mayor,
move
you
on.
went
Let's
3
move on to
times.
the next one. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Dow Tran, followed by Jimmy D. Fan.
Good evening. First of all, I really agree with what Michael just said about this. And this is the reason I'm here. So I think this city council have chaos enough for the meeting August 14.
Excuse me. Councilmember West doesn't pay attention that there's only another.
I know. Anytime like this, when we talk about this, then both of them go. They didn't want to hear us.
We'll stop the clock. We need to pause. We don't have 3 council members, so we have to stop. So we'll pause and then you can pick right up when we come back. We'll start your time over, George. So.
We don't allow this.
Take a 5 minute.
We need to take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, so we're in recess now, so we can all speak freely, right?
Let's see.
All right, this time I apologize that we have to take a break there. It was a surprise for me, and I think it was a surprise for every one of us because we don't have the quorum at the time. When I left for the restroom break, I know that there were 3 people here. That's why we want to continue with the meeting. But then what happened was when I came out, it surprised me. Anyway, we can start with the meeting right now. We can start, continue with the meeting with the roll call vote, please. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West? Councilmember Monzo?
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen? Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I want to continue with the oral communication concerning non-agendized item. And I apologize that we have to stop you in the middle. We will restart your time for 3 minutes. So would you please come to the podium? Ms. Dow Tran.
Good evening again. First of all, I really agree with Michael who spoke before me. This is the problem. This is the problem created by Joseph Ngo in the back. He stated his name in the back. So he's created this. And they flooded the residents' mailboxes. And the news flooded the Vietnamese community. They shook up the community, the seniors, the low-income families, the vulnerable residents who live in the mobile home parks. As a Vietnamese people, a senior myself, I understand that the senior people are the most vulnerable people. When they remember in 2017, it happened that time when we vote for members of the council that time, voted to change the 2 mobile homes parks to the, how does it call? To the mixed use zone. And they scare people that time. And because the city decided to change those mobile parks to the mixed zone, that means some developers throw in right away and buy that. And then, so that time they sent out in 2017, they sent out the notice to the people in there that ready to move. And then they scare people until after that, they lost the case because the buyer could not prove something. So during the time from 1917 to 2020, so the reason in that they live in the terrible worry about their future. I'm sorry that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that, but it is very bad.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Very bad for.
All right, thank you.
So I want to say we need to recall these two. Otherwise, we cannot do the city's business.
Mr. Mayor, can you take hold?
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Jimmy Fan, followed by David Johnson.
It's 3 minutes, right? Okay. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, City of Westminster. My name is Jimmy Pham. I'm Chair of the Traffic Commission. I'm also a candidate for State Assembly District 70. I come today as a concerned citizen of Westminster. I've lived in the city of Westminster for the last 5 years, okay? What I've seen in council meetings as I watch on TV is a lack of decorum, a lack of civility, okay? We cannot have council members and people calling each other idiots and stupid, okay? We cannot get anything done in this city, okay? So I am an immigration attorney. I work during the day. It's hard for me to come out here, and I've seen infighting for many, many years, and it's caused me to run. I run for city council, now I'm running for state assembly, because I believe that this needs to change, okay, in the city of Westminster. We need to work together to get things done, okay? City of Westminster has a very bright future, okay? We are the epicenter of the largest Vietnamese population in the world outside of Vietnam, okay? So people are watching, and I understand that. But the bottom line is we have to get things done, and we have to get things done. I visited Starview as the chair of the Traffic Commission, okay? And they exchanged over a school with $30 million of general obligation bonds within a couple years, okay? We can do very good things if we can work together and stop fighting and going out into 10-hour meetings, okay? So I urge the council to work together. I urge the council to be civil. Public playgrounds for children. This is not a public playground. We need to work together and get things done in this community. So I thank you so much for your time tonight, and I appreciate you guys. Keep working hard, okay? Congratulations, Westminster.
Next speaker, David Johnson, followed by Tina Tapia.
So David Johnson from Westminster. I'm also an elected trustee in the Westminster School District, but I speak on behalf of myself because without prior approval from the rest of the board, I can't speak on behalf of them. But I do want to address Officer DeLong and City Council Member West, the mayor, City Council Member Monzo, our city manager, our assistant city manager, all of which were at Sequoia Academy today as part of the walk and roll to school. And you showed great support to our children, and it's greatly appreciated. In addition to that, there were at least 4 other staff members, maybe more, that were there, one of which was wearing a traffic cone costume, and that was a lot of fun. And you gave out stickers, and you shook hands of all these little children. In addition to that, your city, thank you very much, city manager, your city staff and police officers were at 10 other schools doing the same. In addition to that, Director of Community Services and Recreation, your Family Resource Center was at our program last night at Stacy, where middle school, where we had a parent symposium where we teach and encourage parents in how they parent their children and learning great ways to reach their children, help them academically. In addition to that, there were also police officers there, not just our SRO, which our school district helps to fund, but other officer was there as well. So this is what I'm talking about. This is the synergy of working together. When we sponsor your events and you come to our events, and we're building up our city, and the fact that you spent your private time this morning there shows that you're putting children on your agenda. I just want to say thank you for that. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Next speaker, Tina Tapia, followed by Nguyen Hung.
Good evening. My name is Tina Tapia. I have a recording for you. This is Mary Magwell from Westminster School District.
Let's go to Dave
twice. You endorsed him the first time. You didn't endorse him the second time. Let's go to the Hispanic trustee that was on our board for 8 years, Sergio Contreras. You never endorsed him. But yet you have the Hispanic community riled up when your union has always chosen not to endorse them.
The Westminster School District has been lying to parents. The more I'm speaking out, I'm getting the more retaliation I'm getting, such as Damian Monroe Garcia from Garden Grove School District, and Amy West and David Johnson.
When President Biden administration tried to silence President Trump, former President Trump. So the thing is that you see that in social media, big tech,
I also gave you papers and flyers as well, so you guys can look over it together.
another person's voice when you witness this. You know, they don't like what your voice is on social media, they'll silence you. So that's what I'm saying.
And that's what you've been doing to me anyway, is silencing my voice, along with David Johnson. My kids are kidnapped. I have not seen my kids in almost 3 years.
That we see what's going on in our nation, the big tech silencing our voice, and different parties, for political purposes, silence our voice. Why would we do this?
Why would you want to silence my voice when I have done a lot of this, a lot of free for this community, and nothing, and I have gotten a lot of stuff online, a lot of hate, and this needs to stop. I don't do drugs and I don't do alcohol. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, may I have a brief comment?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Tina, I don't know where you're talking about me silence your voice, but I don't. And I'm listening to you the whole time and your concerns, trying to figure out what is the situation, so how we could help. But we are here to help if you need it. And I'm here, my door's open if you want to come in and talk. I would love to hear what you have to say. And I know you mentioned a couple times that you haven't seen your kids, and that's important to me because I have kids too. So I would love for you to come to my office. I would love to hear your concern and how I could help, okay? Tina?
Next speaker is Nguyen Hung, followed by Nat Lin.
I don't see him here. He probably left. Okay.
Nat Lin, followed by Tony.
Ông Hùng đi về rồi. Nhưng mà chị sẽ cho em.
Thưa Hội đồng thành phố, ngày hôm qua, những người cư dân của Mobile Home, họ tìm đến tôi và họ đưa những cái tờ giấy như thế này và họ rất là hoảng loạn. Tôi đã xem và tôi đã tìm hiểu và tôi thấy rõ ràng là nghị viên Amy Phan West và Nam Quang Nguyễn đã tiếp sức cho ứng cử viên Joseph Ngô làm một cái hành động mà rất là nhẫn tâm đối với những người cao tuổi ở trong các mobile home. Tôi xin nói hết rồi, cô Đào nói tóm lược thôi. Yeah. Và họ đã lo lắng một ngày hôm qua, họ mất ăn luôn. Và họ nhốn nháo, nghĩa là họ không có được bình yên ở trong tâm hồn. Tại vì những người lớn tuổi là tâm hồn họ rất là mong manh. Hơn nữa là có những người tàn tật nữa. Và tôi nghĩ đến nước này thì Amy Phan West và Nam Quang Nguyễn đã nhúng tay vào tội ác. Hành động này là tội ác, là bôi nhọ ông thị trưởng Trí Trạc Lê Nguyễn, bà phó thị trưởng Kim Lê Hồ và nghị viên Carlos Menzo. Bôi nhọ một cách độc ác như vậy và làm cho Hội đồng thành phố mất uy tín trước dân. Và tôi tìm hiểu tôi được biết rằng là Hội đồng thành phố chỉ nói là trong giai đoạn này là phát triển 6 điểm Mà 6 cái điểm đó là những business, những cái building dành cho business, chứ không có gì nói gì đến mobile home. Nhưng mà bà tự động bà xem ở trên map, bà thấy những cái con đường đó có mobile home, bà lôi vô. Amy, tôi khuyên cô phải bình tâm trở lại. Cô làm như vậy á, thì tức là cô đã bị, giống như cô là một nghị viên mà vừa côn đồ mà vừa bị thần kinh. Cô làm xấu xí người Việt quốc gia. Cô làm xấu xí cái lá cờ vàng 3 sọc đỏ. Cô đã làm cho cái thành phố này, cái hội đồng thành phố này á, xấu hổ với những cái hội đồng thành phố của các thành phố khác. Chưa từng có một cái người nghị viên nào mà vô văn hóa, mà vô đạo đức, mà thiếu giáo dục như cô. Cái hành động này không có thể chấp nhận được. Mà cả Nam Quang cũng vậy. Nam Quang rất là hèn nhát, không ngồi ở đây. Tại sao cậu không ra đây ngồi để nghe tôi nói? Nếu mà Nam Quang, Nguyễn và Amy Phan Quét nghĩ rằng là hai người nói cái chuyện mobile home này đúng, tại sao không dám ngồi ở đây để đối mặt với cư dân? Và tôi cho rằng trong cái sự việc phát triển thành phố, tất nhiên dần dần những ngôi nhà, những cái building nhỏ, thấp, chật hẹp và hư cũ phải đập ra xây mới. Đó là chuyện đương nhiên. Nhưng giai đoạn này chưa có đề cập đến mobile home. Tại sao hai người lại lôi vô làm cho cư dân bấn loạn? Nếu đến một ngày nào đó mà đụng đến mobile home cần phải đổi mới, thì chắc chắn thành phố phải có một chính sách rõ ràng với cư dân. Thành phố sẽ làm cái việc mời cư dân ở mobile home đến. Tại vì những đối tượng ở mobile home cần phải quan tâm. Mà các người không có cộng tác với hội đồng thành phố để làm cho cư dân an lòng. Chỉ vì credit cho chính mình, chỉ vì muốn tạo điểm cho ứng cử viên Joseph Ngô mà quý vị, hai người, không phải quý vị mà đây là vị thối, hai người đã hành động rất là ngu xuẩn, ngốc nghếch và độc ác. Không phải độc ác với hội đồng thành phố mà độc ác với cư dân. Và tôi kêu gọi cư dân của thành phố Westminster phải bình tĩnh trước những cái luận điệu, những thông tin mà hai nghị viên côn đồ này đã đưa ra. Đó là Amy Phan Quét và Nam Quang. Toàn là những cái chống đối lại hội đồng thành phố, rất là độc ác như vậy. Và tôi nghĩ rằng hai người côn đồ này đã phá nát hội đồng thành phố rồi. Xin cư dân đừng bao giờ bỏ phiếu cho Joseph Ngô Đình Lượng. Tại vì nếu thêm một tên côn đồ nữa là cái hội đồng thành phố này coi như là nó nhục nhất nước Mỹ này rồi. Xin mời cô Đăng.
Yeah, I just short interpret what she said. That is, she really criticized Amy and Nam Quang. I'm talking to the chair, to his chair. He's not here. He doesn't want to hear me. So that they shook up the fear from the seniors, from the vulnerable people, that they will be kicked out someday. Their home will be demolished. And I know that it is a fake news because in the September 11 meeting, you don't even talk anything about the mobile home. And Nam Quang, he didn't go to that meeting, but he go to his Trust Media Network.
Trust Media.
She called trash media, not trust. Yeah, and he spread out the bad news about. He's a member. He's a council member, and he spread out the fake news about his council. So what do you think about that? He doesn't deserve to sit here. That's what she said. So you guys.
All right, thank you very much.
You.
Yeah,
Hãy
your
cùng
turn,
tôi
sir.
recall Nam Quang và Amy.
Mr. Mayor, may I say a quick comment, please?
Can you wait until the end, and then we can talk
That's
about
fine,
it?
not a
Okay,
problem.
thank
I
you.
can say at the
All right.
end.
Okay, I will wait till the end too.
Okay.
Next speaker is Tony.
Yes, I'm Tony here. Amy, listen to me, okay? Hello, Mr. Mayor, everybody. First of all, I speak the Vietnamese. Amy Nam Quang làm cái trò này là không bao giờ chấp nhận được nha. Cái này tội ác độc vô cùng nha. Amy, cô cứ nói lời của Thiên Chúa ra trong tâm của cô ác độc vô cùng. Trời cao sẽ thấu lòng cô ơi nha cô. Nha, trời cao có mắt hết nha cô Amy. Hôm qua có nhiều người già gọi phone cho tôi, người ta khóc trên điện thoại cái này, chú Tony ơi, cái này có sự thật hay là không vậy? Ông cho lên ngọc TV cái này là không có sự thật, cái này nè nói láo. Amy Nam Quang liar. You guys get out of here right now. We will recall Amy Nam Quang right now. We will recall Nam Quang right now. Tôi xin mọi người đồng hương làm ơn tháng 1 sang năm ký tên khu vực 3, khu vực số 2 trúc phế con Amy và thằng Nam Quang. Amy Nam Quang, thằng Ngô Đình Lượng ác độc vô cùng, cái này là không bao giờ chấp nhận được đâu nha. Ok, you guys ác độc vô cùng, cái tâm you guys vô cùng ác độc. Thiên Chúa không bao giờ mà dạy làm những cái cử chỉ này đâu nha. Ông Tạ Đức Chí cũng có liên quan tới cái này nữa nha. Ông Tạ Chí là người không tốt luôn. Xin mọi người đồng hương đừng bao giờ bỏ phiếu cho ông Chí Tạ nữa. Bỏ phiếu cho ông Jimmy Phạm right now. Everybody, please do not vote for Chí Tạ no more. Chí Tạ very bad people right now. We will vote for Jimmy Phạm. Jimmy, Amy, cô mở miệng ra, cô có nói lời của Chúa. Every time she open your mouth, she always talk about God. Her heart no good. God do not accept that. Okay, I know. Okay, I will pray for you from right now. You be a good person in Nam Quang too. Okay.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Next speaker is Hugh Donetto, followed by Gigi.
Xin chào ông thị trưởng và hội đồng thành phố. Tôi tên là Huệ, cư dân của Westminster. Ngày hôm nay tôi cũng nhận được, tôi ở vùng Mobile Home. Tôi cũng, mọi người tới với tôi và đưa cái giấy này cho tôi coi. Và hỏi tôi là cái này có phải là sự thật hay không. Thì tôi đã an ủi người ta. Tôi nói là cái này không phải là sự thật. Những người, tôi không thể tưởng tượng được một nghị viên của thành phố Westminster mà đi thông đồng cho một ứng cử viên vô ghế nghị viên trong hội đồng thành phố để lên sóng phát tán những cái giả dối fake news mà không có phải là sự thật, mà còn ký tên vào rồi còn đưa tên của thị trưởng Mayor Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Chí và Caroline Joe and Kimberly Hồ là thông đồng làm những cái chuyện này. Có chuyện này có không em mì? Nam Quang không có mặt ở đây tại vì Nam Quang biết ngày hôm nay chúng tôi lên đây để tố cáo những gì nghị viên Nam Quang làm, thành ra trốn. Tại sao tôi yêu cầu quý vị, tại sao không mỗi lần tụi này lên nói, dân cư lên nói là hai nghị viên Amy và Nam Quang là chạy trốn? không muốn nghe tụi tôi nói, không nghe cử tri nói. Tại sao? Để tôi nói ngày hôm nay tôi nói tôi viết đây để tôi quên. Nghị viên Nam Quang đưa nghị viên ứng cử viên lên trên sóng để nói chuyện cho tôi quá xúc cảm, tôi nói không được luôn á. Cái này là con người vô đạo đức. Dân cư vô mô home, điều này gây tổn hại cho những người đang định cư ngay chỗ mobile home, và nhất là người già. Các ông bà có biết là những người già đó là toàn những người khuyến tật, là những người low income, những người không có tiền, người ta phải sống như vậy. Nhưng mà khi người ta nhận được cái giấy này nè, người ta rất là buồn, người ta rất là lo âu, người ta không ăn không ngủ, người ta nói với tôi như vậy. Ngày hôm nay tôi lên đây, tôi nói cho những ông Nam Quang và bà Amy là một người mà không có đạo đức. Lúc nào cái miệng nói ra cũng là đạo đức, nhưng không có đạo đức, làm mất danh, tổn hại đến danh tiếng của thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng và nghị viên Menzo. Tôi thấy là cái này là quá là tàn nhẫn và khinh tởm những hành động của ông Nam Quang và bà Amy. Còn vấn đề trong thành phố, nghị viên Nam Quang và Amy hãy dùng những hành vi phi đạo đức. Mình lại là những hành động, nói là nói đạo đức nhưng mình làm những điều không có đạo đức, không có trách nhiệm. Đừng có giảng giải cho những người khác về trách nhiệm mà khi các bạn đã không hành động về trách nhiệm đó. Và tôi không có chấp nhận những cái hành động của hai người Nam Quang và Amy trong những cuộc họp của thành phố. Không quan tâm những công việc của thành phố xảy ra, mà chỉ nói những cái chuyện không phải của thành phố, cứ đưa vào trong nghị trình để tốn tiền bạc của thành phố. Thậm chí Nam Quang và Amy không thèm đến tham dự những buổi festival của thành phố. Đúng không? Hai ông bà Nam Quang và Amy thật là quá bị ổi, ghê tởm. Và bạn không thể lừa được mọi người. Chúng tôi biết lộ mặt thật ông bà Nam Quang và Amy.
I can't imagine council members Nam Quan and Amy and a candidate for a council seat went on YouTube spreading unfounded rumors about eviction of mobile home residents that would hurt those who are residing in the mobile homes. You know they are elders and or disabled residents and or family who are struggling to make ends meet. Do you guys even take these people's feelings and anguish into consideration? Do you even understand what your action did to these poor people and for what purpose? Just to hurt the mayor, the vice mayor, and Councilmember Manzo's reputation in the hopes of getting a few more votes? How cruel and disgusting of your actions. Nam Quan and Amy, stop your unethical behaviors and act like a responsible citizen. Don't preach to the choir about responsibility where you've been acting childish and unacceptable action during council meetings, not attending closed session meetings, getting on and off the dais whenever you want. Don't care what happens to the city. You don't even take the time to attend the City Festival opening ceremony. Council members Nam Quan and Amy, what other damages do you want to cause our city? You are so disgusting and you are not fooling everyone. We know your true colors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I say something?
Can you wait until the end?
I might just real quick, because this is really bothering me.
Okay.
I just want to tell everybody, and hopefully the folks watching at home, that I'm sorry that you're going through this. I know how emotional and distraught you are. I just can't see anything more evil than to play with the emotions of our most vulnerable citizens who English is their second language, and they don't really understand how laws work. I can't stand these vile people continuing to abuse our residents here in Westminster. That is the lowest the low can be. And how dare any of these people even call themselves a human being, let alone a Christian or anything similar to that? I just cannot understand
Thank you,
these people.
Councilmembers Menzo. Okay. The next.
Next speaker, Gigi, followed by Nathan Nguyen.
That is comment toward the end, Mr. Mayor.
That's exactly right. You have once, and I let him up once. If he casts for the second time, I will ask him to wait until the end.
Thank you.
Dạ. Chào buổi tối mọi người. Tôi thật là chán ngán các thành viên trong hội đồng Emmy và Nam Quang đã bỏ qua các cuộc họp quan trọng. Đặc biệt là những các mục trong các chương trình nghị sự mà họ đã đề xuất. Việc này làm mất thời gian của nhân viên, gây tổn kém nguồn lực của thành phố và lãng phí thời gian của mọi người. Mọi người có thể thấy thành viên hội đồng Nam Quang ở trước tòa thị chính ghi lại những việc ngớ ngẩn. Làm sao thành phố của chúng ta có thể tiếp tục hoạt động theo cách này khi hai thành viên hội đồng cố tình gây rối cho thành phố và thiếu tôn trọng thị trưởng cùng các thành viên trong hội đồng khác. Thành viên hội đồng Nam Quang thậm chí còn không có mặt ở đây. Nghị viên Emmy đã cố gắng trở thành một YouTube khác. Mỗi tuần, hai thành viên hội đồng này lại đưa ra những cáo buộc khác nhau chống lại thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng và nghị viên Menjo và tạo ra các trò hề. Emmy, Nam Quang đang hành động vô trách nhiệm và không quan tâm đến những gì đã xảy ra với thành phố của chúng ta. Thật không may khi chúng ta có những thành viên hội đồng đáng xấu hổ như thế này. Những người gây tổn hại đến thành phố và cộng đồng của chúng ta. Emmy, Nam Quang cần phải trưởng thành và đừng làm xấu hổ cộng đồng Việt Nam nữa. Nghe chưa?
Good evening, everyone. I am sick and tired of seeing council members Amy and Nam Kwan skip important meetings, especially about agenda items they proposed. It took staff time, cost city resources, and it was a waste of time for everyone. People can see Councilmember Nam Kwan out in front of City Hall recording silly business. How can our city continue to function this way with two council members purposely disrupting the city and disrespecting the mayor and other city council members? Councilmember Nam Kwan is not even here, and Councilmember Amy tried to be another YouTuber. Every week, these two council members come up with different allegations against the mayor, the vice mayor, and Councilmember Monzo, and create clown shows. Amy and Nam Kwan are acting irresponsibly and don't care what happens to our city. It's so unfortunate that we have such disgraced council members that are so damaging to our city and our community. Amy and Nam Kwan need to grow up and stop being an embarrassment to the Vietnamese community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Nathan Nguyen, followed by Jason Doan. No, Nathan.
Is that Nathan Nguyen?
Jason Doan.
Oh, Jason Doan. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Jason Doe. I live in the city of Westminster, and I have a non-agenda items which I want to share with you. I just got back from Vietnam. I traveled there for 3 weeks, and I had a great time there in terms of understanding about our history, and I'm very happy to share with everybody here. And I know that I've been here before. I mentioned about, the North and the South, the Cold War that we went through, and we became refugees. And I witnessed in front of you that for the safety of my return back to Vietnam, and I have went to a lot of historical places, and I found revelation that truly connected what I live in the United States since 1980. So we left Vietnam 1979, and it was very American during that time. Now we become more diversified, but for the current issues right now, I want to share with you. Currently, there's still problem with the Philippine Sea, the Southeast Asia Sea. So right now, China is still harassing the Philippines over the dispute of the island. So we don't know who exactly the problem, but apparently the Philippines are withstanding the pressure from China. And also, I just left from Vietnam last week, and there were 10 fishermen. 10 Vietnamese fishermen were, captured and punished by the Chinese unjustifiably. So I demand that the Chinese government be held responsible. They have to pay compensation for the fishermen. I know they're trying to intimidate, but we're going to work out our difference. This is mainly because the United States, the Spanish American, and Donald Trump and also J.D. Vance, the GOP, enabling, aiding, abetting behind the scene for the Chinese to allow this kind of happen so that you can have geopolitical leverage. So that needs to be stopped. So I suggest that both the Hanoi government and the Philippine government beef up their patrol in the region because right now they're trying to pressure Hanoi in not doing what they want to do. So they just stay out and let them play it out. Okay, so also all the major powers, the US, China, Korea, and Australia, we don't need to get warships into the region just to show to the world that that we are competing for geopolitical leverage. The whole region of the Southeast Asian people there, they all know how to get along and they know what to do. It's just a show of force that doesn't add up anything. Korean, Japan don't have to, flatter, with the Western nation to cause problem.
Your time is up. Your time is up.
Yes, I know.
No, no more. No more, please. No more. Thank you. I just want to let you know, what you say speaking is not in our jurisdiction. But I'm being polite to let you go this time. Next time, if you continue to talk about nothing related to our jurisdiction, I will have to stop you. Even though oral communication is open up for any topics, but it has to relate it to our jurisdiction. So at this time, I would like to.
City Attorney, I thought this is the public has the right to speak their mind on.
I already consult with the city attorney, so I know exactly what I'm doing. You are done. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Next.
No.
Next.
At this time, wait until the left. No, please. I ask you to go back to your seat, please. I ask you to go back to your seat, please. Okay, hold on. I ask you to go back to your seat. This is your first warning if you don't follow it. You are not recognized at this time. Please, you go back to your seat, please. No, I'm not angry at you because I'm being polite with you. I'm just letting you know that, yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. Thank you. It's my job that what I have to do, okay? So understand, it's open up, again, I want to remind everyone, it's non-agendized item, but it has to relate it to our jurisdiction. I have consulted with the city attorney. Am I right about it? Okay, why don't you speak? Please, sit down.
Sit down, sir. Yeah, it's supposed to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council, so something that relates to.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead, Ms.
Sir, you need to stop talking. You're disrupting the meeting.
This is second warning to you, Mr. Dawn. Okay, if you continue to have this, we will have to remove you from the meeting. Thank you. Go ahead. I consulted with you before I actually speak about it, right?
Yeah, I think we answered it.
Because I was,
City Attorney,
your mic was
I just
off
want to ask
at
the
time.
legal advice. This is during public comment for non-agenda item. The public have the right to speak about any grievances. Is that correct on non-agenda item?
Sure, grievances that relate to the city, yes, sure, absolutely.
This is Westminster, predominantly refugee Vietnamese, and he just came back from Vietnam. It affects all of us. All of us do travel back to Vietnam. Not the American, the Vietnamese people. 45% of the population here are Vietnamese refugee, City Attorney.
Okay.
So what he
But this
talked
time-
about, may I ask you, what he talked about
I ask
tonight,
you not to.
is it related?
Sit down, please. Sit down, please. Jason, I ask you, please, sit down. Please, please. Okay. Please sit down. No more. You are not recognized at this time. The city attorney already answered. He was here listening to the public comment. He has said that it's not in our jurisdiction. So we need to, no, not yet. At this time here, you are not recognized. We want to continue with our meeting. Go ahead, call the next speaker, please.
City Attorney, can you please?
Trustee Gina Clayton Tarvin, followed by John
Please answer my
Angrisani.
question.
Gina Clayton?
City Attorney, can you hold on? City Attorney, can you please answer my legal question?
Excuse me.
No,
I have the
please,
floor.
go ahead,
Thank you,
please,
Mayor.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Go, please. You have to be-
Mayor,
have
there's
to vote for him
disruption in the
again.
chamber.
One more time. I've been warning you more than 3 times already, okay? At this time, this is the last warning to you. Please. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You can start.
Thank you, Mayor. You have a tough job here this evening because you have an unruly chamber. I'm Gina Clayton Tarvin. I'm the clerk of the Board of Trustees of the Ocean View School District, which does represent Westminster. I'm the 5-time president of the Board of Trustees. I'm an experienced chair. I'm an experienced person that understands Robert's Rules of Order. You have a really tough job, Mayor. I do want to say, though, that anyone can come and speak in public comments during unagendized comments. I do not agree with Amy Pham West at all. I do not appreciate what she does to residents in Westminster, but I do want to say, Mr. City Attorney, you're actually incorrect, and somebody that wants to come here and speak and say something about something that's out of the subject jurisdiction of Westminster can do that. This is the United States of America, and we have free speech rights, and I definitely don't agree with her. But this is America, and we have to follow our Constitution first and foremost. I want to thank you, though, because you have a tough job. And you can eject people from this chamber for disrupting your meeting. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you to all of you. I'm here because I want to tell you about wonderful things in Westminster. I want to tell you about some of the good things that go on in this city, not just dysfunction. We have 2 schools in the city of Westminster. I represent the residents of Westminster. We have Westmont and we have Starview. And those are 2 wonderful schools that we have modernized and spent close to $60 million doing that. Our first modernized school was in Westminster. I chose Westminster to have our first modernized school instead of in Huntington Beach, where we run 10 schools. That's because I appreciate the citizens of Westminster. I appreciate the Vietnamese community, who are wonderful patriots, some of the most patriotic people in this country. And I appreciate them and sending their children to our schools. I want to thank you, Councilmember Monzo, because you have a wonderful traffic commissioner, the chair, Jimmy Pham. Thank you for appointing him. He is such a wonderful resident and a spokesperson, not only for Westminster, but for the entire Ocean View School District. And I encourage anybody who's listening, anybody out there in Assembly District 70, which includes many cities, including those that I represent, Huntington Beach, Westminster, Midway City, and Fountain Valley, to vote for Jimmy Pham this November 5th for AD Assembly District 70 to make some change and bring home tax dollars that we pay into the California coffers to come home to this district, because Trita has not done that, and we need a real representative. Lastly, I want to say I am up for re-election. This would be my 4th term if I do get elected, and I appreciate all of the residents of Westminster.
You can't campaign.
You can't campaign
You cannot
here.
campaign.
You can't campaign here.
Well, this is
please.
free speech, and I can say what I want. Yes, I can. And you're not going to violate my First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian.
Next speaker is John Angrisani, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Thank you for coming, Johnny. And Gina. Connie. Thank you.
You can start.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to talk about Amy Fan West. Amy?
I don't believe it's your job to do that. So would you please get back to the...
Thank you for all the work you do in our district.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Yeah, twice a month we hear all about the bad things you do here because the same people, but you do have 22,000 residents and they don't all agree with the people behind me. Okay, so well, I came here to basically respond to somebody that said something about me a couple of weeks ago. But beforehand, I had an incident at the end of August, and nobody seemed to care. I came back and showed photographs, and nobody seemed to care. So I did a little investigation of my own and found out that this person seems to have a habit of being out of control inside the chambers. And I also found out that, the city is aware of it. It's been discussed, I think, at the November of 2023 meeting. This is the chief of police speaking at the podium. While, somebody's using their middle finger to hold a sign.
Behind you.
And it seems like nobody seems to give a damn about that. But anyway, there was a couple weeks ago, somebody spoke about being intimidated after a meeting from the prior meeting, which is kind of odd because they were talking about me. There wasn't a whole lot of people in the chambers, and I hear somebody talking trash behind me. I turn around, and I don't know, the person was 6, 8 feet away. All of a sudden, she goes off on me because I'm staring at somebody who's a little out of control.
Can you give us their names?
What was that?
Can you give us their names?
No, I'm not going to talk about their name, but it's odd that they said I was intimidating him. When I turn around to see who the hell is talking trash, all of a sudden she goes off on me. It's nuts. So it's hard to come to any other conclusion than to feel that this person needs some help. There's some anger issues, and the same thing with this person. Mike, is that acceptable? Is that acceptable to me?
Your time is up.
Yeah, is that acceptable?
Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Please. Next speaker, please.
Next
Thank you,
speaker,
Johnny.
Tammy Hamill, followed by Donald Lank.
Wow. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1, with a very unfortunate so-called representative. Wow. The fact that you just asked for a resident's name shows that you did. You said, can you give a name? Don't have the stupid look. I mean, I know it's your normal look, but it's a little
Are
more
you
stupid right
guilty?
now. I'm sorry?
Are you guilty? I'm not talking about you.
I said a resident's name.
Let's
You
not
said,
get
can you-
into a back and forth.
Please.
It's
Yes.
not-
Yeah, how about some decorum, Amy, that you always call for? You're awful. And you know you're awful. You and him are purposely doing this. You're creating chaos. You're trying to intimidate residents from coming with someone coming up here and talking crap because you know you can't do it now because you've probably been called out for it. You're recording people. You're talking into it. Are you reading comments while you're your phone is up there, which is why you don't know what's going on, because you have to ask so many questions that have already been answered, because you're so busy reading the comments on whatever video you have going. And we're paying you for this. We should be docking your pay and his. I don't even know when he left. He's been gone for a good hour, at least. He needs to be censured. He needs to be next. Purposely obstructing city business. He's out doing press conferences when he should be at closed sessions. They're making you not be able to do closed sessions because they leave and someone has to recuse themselves and you can't even have it. He needs to be censured next for his actions and his words. He's just as bad. The most current one was she didn't recuse herself for the RV ordinance, which she's personally connected to, but then all of a sudden realized she needed to recuse herself because maybe took Carlos's idea because she copies everything. She has no original thoughts in her head. That, oh, I might have a donor maybe, and then all of a sudden he tanks the whole billboard thing. So like you said, all of that work that everyone did, they just completely crapped on because they've got their own personal agenda. I did want to thank you. This meeting has been pretty smooth. I like how you're doing it. I know she's trying to discredit you and trying to make it look like you can't handle a meeting, because that's all they've got. They've got attacks, lies, defamation. That's it. Oh my God. I also wanted to address quickly her calling Kimberly a hoe. I just want, just for clarification for the defamation lawsuit, are you literally calling a fellow council member a prostitute? Because that's what you did. He called people losers and racist. You've called us, call me pedos, stalkers, all kinds of things that you have bigger balls than the mayor. Now you're calling a fellow council member a prostitute. I'd like it on record for you to verify that that's what you're calling her, because that's what you did at the last meeting.
What's her last name? What's her last name? Is Council Member Ho.
Please.
Oh, yeah, tell it to a judge.
You try it. It's funny.
Next speaker, Donald Lank, followed by our last speaker, Terry Raines.
You know, I was going to start out with something different, but, oh. This is despicable, reprehensible. It's just to do this to old people that are in the trailer parks and stuff, and scaring them like they're going to be put out on the street. I have it of good, this is a violation of 18 U.S. 1725 of the Private Express statute, which is a federal crime for the Postal Service. Now, if we can find photographic evidence of who did this, maybe I might talk to the mailman for these trailer homes and find out has someone seen it or talked to them. The other thing too, it could be, since this is a federal election, it could be a violation of fraudulent interference with the federal election. Every time you did this, or whoever did this, they said the guy outside was being interviewed. I don't remember his name, is responsible for this, and they took ownership of it. Okay, well, yeah, okay, well, that's who. Anyway, I digress. I'm going to go with what I was going to start out with, where, well, she's not here, so, you know, she disrespects her and the Q man. They disrespect the people
Just want to let you know she's out there right now
constituents.
talking to John.
Pardon?
So you know, she's out there talking to John. That's it. So continue.
I don't care. I can talk about him, can I?
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so I lost 22 seconds.
Okay.
Anyway, can I buy
I will
my
let
time
you.
back?
I will let you have 20.
Anyway, they're not here, so they're disrespecting the people that are their constituents, and they say that their constituents aren't being represented. They're not being represented by them when they're not here you know, on the dais when public comments are being given. They're not here. They were here today. This is the most decorum I've seen since I've been coming to this meeting, and thank you for that. She said a couple meetings ago that Nam Kwan wasn't your puppy. Well, I think she's, here I bought a leash and a collar for him. I think he's her puppy. And then maybe he needs some obedience training to stay. And if he doesn't, we take him down to WAGs, and I'll pick him up on Fridays and adopt him and take him for a walk so he won't feel all alone. The other thing, too, is, got 16 seconds. I got one of these. Thanks for using it. Use it a little bit more. When this happens, when the question is called for, and someone says, well, I'd like to say a little bit more. Well, it's too late for that. It's out of order.
Where did you find that? That's better than this one.
Put him in the head.
All right. Can I trade you for that?
So,
next speaker, please.
So when you hear it, I want to say a little more.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
I don't even know what's going on.
Now, nothing could be further from the truth, but I will say I attended part of the the slanderous defamation press conference outside regarding the eviction notice that was given to those mobile home park people. How dare you, Amy Fan West and Nam Quan Nguyen, take advantage of the most vulnerable, scared people in our community with false lies, false claims. They have no idea what actually happened at September 11th. Christine Corden informed the city council members via an email exactly what, that she had been made aware of this thing happening and, clarified that it was false. And yet, even after that, both Amy and Nam Quan were out there at the press conference pointing to the big board of this and proudly saying that they were behind, with Joseph No, the distribution of this. I spoke to a resident in one of those mobile home parks today. He's a Vietnamese man. He had already tried to call Charlie and Kimberly as well. His name is Henry. He said his was not in his mailbox, but that others were. I've also had a conversation with the park management company, and this is going to be pursued for a violation of federal law if we can get the surveillance footage. If it's tied to a candidate or a council member or any of their, walking people for their campaign, that's it. This is illegal activity. It is defamatory against not only Charlie, Carlos, and Kimberly, but our city manager, our city staff. We won't stand for this anymore. These are illegal things that are being done by candidates and or city council members, and it's got to stop. I don't know if you've read the attorney letter from Joseph No's attorney about his false arrest and that was all outside on the big board as well. I have tons of photographs and videos that I will send to the city manager and the city attorney, and actually more importantly, the police, because they went against our police department. They made all sorts of slanderous allegations against our men and women in blue. And I won't tolerate that at all from any council member or any candidate for council. More importantly, Amy calling Vice Mayor a hoe, what you actually said was, well, you have the right last name because you are a hoe. And then you said it 4 times. You are a hoe. You are a hoe. But everybody's talking over you, so you yelled it louder. You're a hoe. I have never, you can't let this happen. Your city attorney didn't do you any favors with that minute order, but we're going to get higher legal advice, good legal advice for a lot of these things, and we're going to address this stuff outside of this city attorney because he's not doing his job to help you to run these meetings and do what you need to do to keep order amongst your council members. And again, violation of law, sending out this notice, defamed our city and our staff, and it must stop. You will be arrested and locked up.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right. Again, I want to thank you all for taking your time out here tonight and then express your opinions. This is the time for the council to discuss and speak on their behalf. And so I'd like for you to respect them. As promised to Councilmember West, this time I recognize you for your brief comments on the public comments.
Is my mic on? Okay. So I guess I want to make a brief comment to Tammy first, since there's a couple of them. So Tammy, you say I'm sending people to calling people crap. I don't know, but every week is the same people who talk bad about, you know, me and residents here. So I don't know what you're talking about. And then the other thing is, Carlos, when you play the cards of, you know, poor people, vulnerable people, of course, that's why I brought it up on September 11th. So I encourage all of you guys, go down, you know, go Gigi and all of you guys to watch the council meeting on September 11, 2024, to look at what I'm doing. I'm fighting for you guys, the people who voted to allow this to move forward without your input. I asked to have the people's input, the resident and homeowner input first before you redevelop or rezone those areas. But the council here, Monzo, Kimberly, and Mr. Mayor decide to move the planning redevelopment forward without letting you guys have a voice. So therefore, I will continue to fight so you guys misunderstand, but I ask you guys, I encourage you guys to watch the council meeting again on September 11th and see how I fought for you guys. So that's that.
For anybody.
And then for the poor people, may I finish my comments?
Please, let her
So,
finish.
Briefly, now.
Please.
I'm addressing each person that I wrote notes down. Okay, so the other thing is, Mr. Monzo, you are the person that voted and not care to have the voice or protection of those residents in the mobile home. We at least
Obviously, you don't
need to hear
understand
about
what's
it.
going to be in
But
front of you. You don't
obviously,
even understand the
voted
item.
for it.
We'll get to it.
That's on your record. I have
You don't
proof.
understand the item.
Okay,
Noted.
and look at the council meeting on September 11th, and you guys will know.
All right, thank
I'm
you.
okay with redevelopment in our city and moving our city forward, but the people have the right to have a voice first and input. That's all I'm asking, is for the council,
Yes,
the
you can brief on
resident
that.
and homeowner to have an input first and a voice. And then explaining how would this work, if this move forward, what about the protection of the resident and homeowners? That's all I'm saying. Okay, so I guess I
Thank you,
addressed pretty
thank you very much.
everything.
And now it's, I believe that Councilmember Menzo also have
Yeah, I wish people would take some time to learn what we're talking about. Nothing's happened yet. It's being studied, and for your information, talk to staff. No mobile home even was even mentioned. It talked about they ever being rezoned. So it's all you
Did
do.
you not look at the map?
All you do is just
Did you
lie.
not look at the map?
All you do is lie.
You obviously
And
did not.
They've been doing this in
Look at the
Westminster for years.
Hold
And
on
they
for a
have-
minute,
they have-
please. Councilmember West, when you speaking, I stop him, okay? I said,
I
wait for your
appreciate that.
turn. So now I ask you the same thing, please. Let him finish his comments.
Yes, and I'm sorry that the people that are at these mobile home parks are going through this again. These people who do this to them are vile human beings. They care nothing about those folks. Those folks are, like I said earlier, typically English, second language English speaking. They don't understand how the laws work, and these evil people keep lying to them, and they've been doing this to these community members for years and years. And these people don't care. They think just because they go to church that that makes them a good person, but it doesn't. It's about your actions and what you do, not what you say. And these people don't care. You want to lie about me? You want to say, that's fine, come after me, but don't use vulnerable people and scare them into coming and believe in your lies. And then until these folks, are we rid of them, of our community? This is what's going to be keeping our community down. But we need to not stop voting for these people and stop believing these people. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Ho, do you have anything to comment on this?
I'm beyond words. I can tell you that I'm just shocked. It's really very low of them to prey on the people who don't speak Vietnamese or English, and to play on their fears. So we know And as a city council member from back in 2016, 17, I fought very hard for the particular mobile home park that they had proposed to close and convert that into, I guess that would have been, if I didn't protect, and we as a council at the time didn't protect them, then of course there would have been a whole conversion of into residential, what is that called? Construction. But anyway, so I think it's really a low blow, and I'm just beyond words, and I'm just thinking that certain people call themselves Christian and hallelujah and God this and God that, but then they go around and they do this. And just because they want to have an ally, they want to promote one of their peers or one of their people to be on the council. So I'm really hoping that everybody could help. Excuse me. If you could all help spread the word and explain to people what these folks are doing, please. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
All right.
Nam Quang, do you have any comments?
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
I'm going to make a comment.
It's
May I?
my turn.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I let
It's
him
10
go first.
o'clock,
I let
Mr.
him go
Mayor. Do you
first,
want to
even
vote?
though you go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, it's almost 10 o'clock. Should we vote soon?
I will do that. Go ahead and make your comments.
It's going to be over.
So how many minutes that we have?
Well, it's just a quick comment. You go ahead, and I will give you the same amount of time that they
All right,
have.
let me make it clear.
Mr. Nam Quang, Mr. Mayor, we only have 4 minutes. Do you mind if we vote before Mr. Nam Quang speaks?
I don't mind.
Because we're going to go
If
over
you
it.
want to go for a vote, then I'm okay with it.
Could you just let him run the?
I move to continue this meeting beyond
Let him
the
run the
10 o'clock meeting. Is there a second to that?
I second it. Move
Okay,
forward.
let's take a vote.
Motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
I'll make a substitute motion to go to 10:30 only.
We're already in the middle of the motion.
We're in the middle
Well,
of the
then no.
motion.
Okay.
No.
We're in the middle of the motion. Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
No.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 3-0.
Okay. I believe that we probably run until 10:30. I don't think that we have that much to go on. Your comments.
Thank you. All right, let me make it clear that the intention of Councilwoman Fan West and I, we just want to make it clear to the resident, the people that live in the mobile home parks, that we want to hear from them. We give them a chance, to talk to us. We want the city do the job, that we go out there, do the survey, asking people for their feedbacks. That's all we ask for. That's all we ask for, right, Amy?
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason that I want to bring it back for discussion. That's all.
All right. Okay. Hold on. I will respond to that. Are you done?
When you guys
Are you
get
done?
evicted, you guys can feel really sorry
Okay.
that you made a mistake.
It's my turn right now, please. It's my turn. You said this is a survey. A survey with questions, a survey with asking for the information. This is not a survey. This is accusation that you put out.
That is
Okay?
Joseph.
So don't even go back to that.
Why are you
Now,
accusing Nam Quang? It's Joseph.
Please, okay? Listen to me, please. So beside the flyers that they put out on the in the mailbox of the residents and distributed out to the mobile homes, they actually, Nam Quan and Joseph Ngo actually go on his channel and talk about this for hours. Okay? That is not acceptable. These are accusations, and I don't know if Nam Quan wasn't there on that day to talk about the item. See, he wasn't here. And I don't know that you understand what the item about. Let me go ahead and,
You're the one
to
that
save
voted.
time, let me go ahead and ask a few questions for our staff. But I know that this is overwhelming the Vietnamese community. And they are worried about it. They actually call Linh Don because these, if you look at the flyers, it has all the number for all three of us, which is the Linh Don number. And a number of them call her for that. And when that happened, I think city managers also sent out the notification to the council. I don't, and at this time, I would like to ask if city manager, can you read that for us, please?
Let me just jump in real quickly. Just because it's not on the agenda, all we're doing right now is each council member is making a brief comment.
That's
So
correct.
if we're going to have just, and she can make her statement, but if you're going to have a bigger discussion, you should walk the item onto the agenda because it's an urgent issue that needs to be addressed tonight.
Okay, well, I'm asking for a question here.
Do you want to walk in this item, Mr. Mayor?
No, I don't want to work on this item, but I want to go ahead and ask brief comments from city manager.
You're asking me to read the email I sent.
Go ahead and just summarize briefly of what you sent out.
I think I'd rather just read it at this point. That way there's no misinterpretation of anything that I've said. As we know that a lot of this gets posted on social media. Give me a second.
And if I could, I will have a question for Adolfo, and I would like for you, Mr. Ngo, Trích Ngo, to interpret that in Vietnamese too. We are not going deeply into the discussion, but I want to brief answer from both of you.
Isn't this like a public service announcement as we want to do?
Yeah. Are you?
So this email is dated October 7th, 7:45.
Just briefly, so that.
I'm not going to summarize it. I'm just going to read it for you.
Very long email.
It's.
Because we are not allowed to discuss this. If you want to discuss it.
Okay, all right. Okay, I will say it. Basically, that the email out to the council that this is allegation. I mean, this is accusation. This is not true. This is false information. Basically, that's it. Okay, and we all know about it. And now, I know why she said that, because the meeting was not about approving or adopting any resolution. It's just, let me ask you. So on September 11, what were the decisions?
Mayor, Mayor, I would be the subject matter expert, so if you could ask me, and then I think you're asking Jake to
interpret.
interpret.
Yes.
So
Can
yes,
you
sir.
tell me what was the decision on that night, on September 11, for that particular item?
So on that night, we brought forth an economic development
Microphone.
assessment of opportunity zones in the city, and we focused on sites that could be potentially developed.
Can you speak? Turn on the mic.
Okay. So on that night, we presented an economic development assessment of opportunity sites in the city. We did not focus on a mobile home park as an opportunity site at all.
Vào buổi họp đêm hôm đó là thành phố chỉ có chú tâm vào những khu mà để phát triển chứ không phải về những khu về bên khu mobile home park của thành phố.
Okay, I will follow up with
That's a lie.
Yeah, we'll follow. Okay.
Adolfo, the map that you have on
the
here,
whole thing-
let me read it.
Please.
I believe
okay.
the whole,
In mixed use,
We're getting into a debate.
Adolfo,
all right.
you guys did not talk about it because you
yeah,
guys.
we're talking about the entire
You
city.
guys just passed it
That
without
include the mobile
letting
home
the
park.
people talk about it.
All right.
You don't actually
that's
exclude the mobile home
misinformation.
parks, right?
Christian, I'm not providing misinformation. That statement's been made. I'm not providing misinformation. I just want to make that statement public. The issue has to do with mixed-use districts, okay? Mixed-use districts were approved in 2016 by another council. No one on this council approved mixed-use districts on mobile home parks. That was done in 2016. That's a public document. It's been sitting on our city website since 2016. It's accessible to everyone. In that policy document is a land use map. This is policy, and it identifies these mixed-use districts, and these mixed-use districts are over some mobile homes. But this wasn't a decision that this council made, and it was not a discussion on the 11th. The map.
Because you guys
Let me
choose
ask
not
you
to
a
talk
question.
about it, but
Okay,
in
why we have to vote again? If we already voted.
We were
Yeah.
presented, the council was presented with a different map that's located in the agenda report, and that map expanded areas, but it did not expand into mobile home parks. It expanded to opportunity sites that do not include mobile home parks. So the only map that shows mixed use over mobile home parks, that is policy, was adopted in 2016 by that council. That's a fact.
Okay, has this city?
This is the map that was
Can you
presented.
go ahead
Adolfo,
and
is this
interpret
correct?
that? Okay, sure.
Is
Can
this
you
the
keep
map
order,
that was
Mr.
presented?
Charlie?
Please.
I would.
We have to start first at this dais. Council member cannot speak when you are not recognized, if that's what you want the order is. You have to listen to the conduct of the meeting.
But
to
this is the
presider.
time that we have the discussion between the
this
city
time-
council, not the people down.
I asked all the council.
Okay,
in
so
order-
go ahead, ask your people to shut up.
In order for me to ask them to quiet, I did before, but you need to do that first. You need to
Mayor,
follow the
you've not
policy.
done
This is
that.
our
You
discussion.
have not done that. It's our discussion.
Yes, this is our discussion.
Councilmember West, Councilmember
Keep order,
Nguyen.
please.
I will keep the order, but I need you to keep your order first.
You keep the order.
Okay. Do it so that I can keep the order.
You did
So
not.
at this
You
time,
didn't do your job. You didn't do your job.
You didn't do your job,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
So when it comes to your people,
Okay.
you
Don't try to do this over me, okay? I
No,
ask
no, no,
you.
no. This is
I
reality.
ask you.
This is the fact.
I ask
That's
you to be
reality.
quiet right now. They are quiet. Only you are
You
speaking
asked
right
them
now.
to be quiet. You asked them to be quiet.
Can you be
first.
quiet now so that we can go with the meeting, finish the meeting? Okay, thank you. So can you go ahead and interpret that?
I would try to remember, but sorry. Tiếng Việt là cái bản đồ mà có những cái gọi là dự án hỗn hợp hay gọi là mixed use đó là được chấp thuận bởi Hội đồng thành phố năm 2016 là có những
Are we going to go into
hội đồng
Wait, the
những
thing
hội
is
đồng thành
that
phố
we're going to detail city attorney. We have to
So-
put this on the agenda.
Yes.
We have to vote
Yep.
for
Okay,
This is,
at this time here.
You're breaking
we can
the
go ahead.
Robert's
This is not
rules.
appropriate
Right
to
now.
discuss.
Okay, it's
This
my
Robert's
time.
law.
It's
Do you
my
not
time. I'm
know?
going to-
It's rules.
Ms.
I'm
Ho?
going to do this brief
Learn.
comments, okay? I think this is,
You don't know. You don't learn. It's okay.
okay.
You are new, but you don't know, you don't
Oh, so I'm
learn.
new that
It
Mr.
is
Monson
not
say I've been
Robert's rule.
spewing lies
Okay,
years after
at
years.
this time-
You guys
It's
have
the
been.
ordinance. It's
You've been here since 2018. Oh, I'm a dumbass now? Thanks. I did not say that. You just told me I'm a dumbass. Words in my mouth. I did not say that. I'm not like you. Oh, you called me in closed session. I am not like you. We all know that.
do not-
You just
Council
called me a
members, at
dumbass.
this time,
Wow.
I
At
did not
this
say
time, I would
that.
like
Stop
to-
putting words in my
You just
mouth.
say it.
If I say it,
Dude,
I would accept it.
Yours right here. You always
Are
lie, so
probably
it's okay.
dead.
one more
Everyone
time,
knows
one more
about
time,
that.
I ask both of you, stop, please.
City
this time-
attorney,
hold
let's
on.
have to walk in.
Hold on, please.
Agenda.
Hold on, please.
Emergency if
I
you want
ask
to walk
you,
in, and we have to
and
vote
I
for
asked
it.
her to stop, and can you stop, please?
So can
I
you
I
vote
can
for
move.
walk-in agenda item?
No, I am going to
You-
do
then
what
they
I need to
cannot
do.
be discussing.
Well, I know what I have to do.
Okay, then do
At
it.
this time, I close the oral communication. Okay, next item is business matters from city council and agency members.
Oh, wow.
9.1, amendment for process of placement of agenda items. So with this, I think it's very clear that we need to amend the process of placement agenda items so that we can,
She called me an idiot,
we
right?
can I move to approve this item. If there's a second to that.
Oh, okay, yeah, second.
Okay, we have motion and second on the floor for the amendment of process of placement of agenda items. Roll call vote, please.
What?
If you want to,
The
do the substitute motion, then you can
9.1?
go ahead.
What is this?
We haven't even discussed about
Yeah.
it.
Well, then,
There's a democratic process, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor.
I can-
Don't lowball all this and just vote
Hold
and
on.
pass everything. You are the
Councilmember-
mayor. We are a
Councilmember
republic,
West and Councilmember
constitutional
Nguyen, let me
republic.
remind
Remember
you.
that.
Let me remind you, I can
have
make
a
a
process.
motion.
Don't just roll
I
ball
can make a
everything.
motion and then can follow with the second motion, but that doesn't mean that we stop discussion. And it doesn't mean that you cannot make a substitute motion. You know well about that. So at this time here, a motion is on the floor. If you want to discuss about it, you have the right. I will acknowledge.
You know there's only
acknowledge
two
you.
votes to substitute motion. You know that. So this is really funny.
What do you mean?
This is funny.
It's not funny at all.
Because
Right now,
you are
let me ask
lowballing
you,
this and not
let me-
allowing us to talk about the agenda item.
Let me ask you,
Are you letting
Are
us
you-
talk about the
are-
agenda item?
He just said yes.
are you listening or not?
Are you
That because you
listening?
want
Are
to
you
talk, you don't
knowing?
listen.
Do
Let me-
you know we have a
you be-
process of democratic
please,
process?
Please keep your mouth quiet so that you can listen to me, okay?
Why don't you
I
say
just said, I make the motion, and there is follow with the second to approve the motion. But that doesn't mean that we can't discuss the item. That's number one. That doesn't mean that you guys can also make a substitute motion. Can you hear me clearly and loudly about this?
That's why it's
So
funny.
if that's the case, that's not
why
funny.
it's funny.
That's not funny at all. This happened for the last 2 years that you're sitting, almost 2 years that you're sitting here.
It's
on
funny
that. And
because
if
you
don't
know
learn
there's
that,
only
or
two
you
votes
trying
for
to go
substitute
differently,
motion, so you're shutting us down for even talking about it. If
Am
we
I
do a
shutting you
substitute.
down?
Look,
Am
we're going
I-
to substitute motion and
Go
it's going to
ahead.
fail.
Go ahead.
It's going to fail.
Start her 5 minutes.
Okay, right now, if you want to talk about this item, we do have the second motion and second on the floor, but if any council want to talk about it, I will open up for the discussion. So is there anyone to talk about this one? Or if there is any substitute motion on this? Hearing none?
No,
or-
I actually, Amy, do you want to talk about this?
Go ahead. I'll let you go first.
No, actually, I'm going to make a substitute motion. Wow, man, this is unbelievable. Charlie, this is unbelievable. You go
Too
further
far. You
into
go too far,
the
Mr. Mayor.
citizenship.
This is not a communist city.
Come on, are you discussing the
Look
item
at the
or
agenda
making a
item.
substitute
You are
motion, or you're talking something
silencing
else?
the minority
goodness.
voice. You are silencing our voice.
Are you talking about the
District
item?
1 and District 4.
Yeah, we are talking about this item
Okay,
right
then
now.
please go ahead.
Wow.
Oh, dang. Man, you're such an idiot. Okay, you know what? I will make a substitute motion to rescind this resolution from you.
Rescind?
Okay, is there a second to the substitute motion?
I second it.
Okay. All right, there is a
And
substitute motion.
that's how he silenced us. That's why it's so
I know.
funny. So
Man.
we won't have the vote, and that's how you're going to silence District 1 and 4. But
Wait a
go
minute.
ahead, vote
minute.
no.
You
I
go-
know you guys going to vote no on it.
Please,
You know what?
please.
It's going to be proven true.
Going deeper
You
into
guys,
the shit.
you guys did the substitute motion, and your motion is going first. Okay? Don't tell me that I tried to silence you or
You did.
no.
You are.
At this time
You
here,
know.
if you-
This is a game. We all know that, Charlie. That's why it's so
That's all
funny.
right.
That's why it's so funny.
Robert's
Please,
Rule
please,
of Conduct.
please,
This
please,
is where you
please.
apply Robert's
Okay.
Rule of Conduct,
It's all it's
Ms.
so
West.
funny.
All right.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Nicole.
Okay, at this time here, if you want to discuss about this, I will allow you to discuss the item, nothing else. Otherwise, we are going to proceed with the vote, and we will proceed with your substitute motion first.
And I am
Go ahead. Christine has
speechless.
something
Mayor,
to say.
Yeah, Mayor, I just need clarification on the substitute motion. There's nothing to rescind, so are you just not wanting to make any of the changes
No
that he
motion.
suggested?
No,
Yeah, but-
no adjustment.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
So it's take no action?
yeah,
Because we're not actually
exactly.
rescinding
Oh, okay,
anything.
okay.
Yeah.
Rescind, take no
Okay.
Yeah,
action.
just take no
Okay.
action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the substitute motion is take no action for item 9.1. At this time, it's the last call. If you want to discuss about this item, I will open up for discussion. If not, we'll close it, and then we will follow with the vote. And the substitute motion will go first.
Okay, can I talk?
Okay, that's one you wanted, only about the items, nothing else. Please, go ahead and start with the
Yeah.
5 minutes, please.
Run the clock. This is a reminder to Carlos Menzo and Kimberly Ho that if you vote yes for this, it's going to be a backlash, on you guys, because on the next election, that if you guys failed, and I believe that you are going to fail, and
I thought we are talking about the item. Please talk
I'm
about the
speaking
item.
Talking on the
on the item. Then I think we are going to keep this. We are going to keep this. And let's say if at that time you're going to show your true self, okay? All right? Okay? I make it very clear. Okay? Don't cry like a babies.
So scared.
Like a babies, okay?
So scared.
It's okay.
All right? That's it?
All right, thank you.
I'll go next, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Menzo.
If the reason we're here with these type of items is because two of my colleagues continue to find ways to waste everybody's time. If you read the agenda item, all this is scratching out is requested member, because my two colleagues chose to play games 2 meetings in a row. One meeting, one member made a recommendation, and then and that failed, and then right away the next meeting, the other one decided to do the exact same motion. So it's just a bunch of wasted time that, unfortunately, this is what's bringing us here. And if you read it, it's pretty much the same thing, except it's just the item, not the member. So just please read your agenda when you get it, and take just a little bit of time to read it, and you would understand. And if your actions were a little bit different, maybe we wouldn't be here and doing these kind of items, and we could be moving forward. Supposedly, you guys were here to move our city forward, but not moving forward. Our meetings Now I run all the way to 5:30 in the morning because of you two. So these are the reason why these kind of items come before us. It's for us to try to get some control and try to do the city's business instead of playing games. So that's because of your actions. So that is the reason that I'm supporting this current proposal here, to strike out the word council member and just leave the word item. So then we can have some sort of professionalism in this council meetings. That's it.
All right. Is there any other comments?
Yes, unless Ms. Ho has a comment
Go ahead.
before. Do you have one? Then I'll go, if you don't have one.
You know what? Let him run. Let him.
I asked you when you said yes, so you are
Yeah, I have
recognized.
one, but she was
You have-
looking at me,
you are
so
recognized
just
right
in
now.
case you go down the hall.
No. I am running the meeting. I recognize you
Let him
right
run
now.
his
Are you
meeting.
talking about, you have comment or
I
not?
was being considerate.
No, I don't
your
need your
colleagues.
considerate. It is my, my job to run the meeting. So
I
You are
understand
now
that.
recognized. Are you talking or not?
Yes, I
Okay,
have the
please,
floor, so
go.
may I talk?
Go.
I have the floor, so stop
Go.
talking. Let me talk. Thank you. Okay. So what I'm saying is that, I'm answering Mr. Monzo. He said that, we are wasting time. But the thing is not wasting time. This is a democratic process that we argue and debate. That's how Congress is run. That's how every government entity.
Exactly.
If you, Mr. Monzo, have not looked and watched Congress, then you don't know anything about government. That's why open your mind, open your eyes a little
You
bit.
shouldn't be here at the
to
first
read
place.
I know,
Robert's rules.
exactly.
You
So
again.
that's why you're thinking small. Let's think big. If we want to move our city forward, think big. And the thing is that this item is, the purpose is to silence our voice so that we can't move the city forward. We want to move the city forward. Now we can't even put anything on the agenda. If you want to put about public safety stuff, we can't even put on because you guys wouldn't vote for it. It has to be from you guys, then yes, you'll vote for it because you guys have 3 votes and it's very clear, but this November will be different. But now listen, I think what Mr. Nam Quang was talking about is that, Ms. Ho, listen up. And Ms. Monzo, is that this is a very thing that when Charlie, Mr. Mayor, and Trita has the majority, after with us, actually before, when you guys have the majority, Monzo, Kimberly, and Taido, you guys oppress and silence Charlie's and Trita's voice. And then once we got the majority back, you guys were acting like the same thing. You think we were silencing your voice, but we're trying to run the city, but now you're actually silencing our voice. But what Mr. Nam Quang is saying is that whatever you do, implement this resolution, when you don't have the majority anymore, Mr. Carlos, this November, he's saying don't cry about it. Because you implement this.
He's
so
going
you
to
won't
cry
have a
about it.
voice.
He will.
So that's the thing. But the thing is that, Mr.
And the whole gang
Monzo, you
down
want
there
the
going to cry.
LGBT flag
Can you-
flying on
can you
City
hold on?
Hall, and then
Hold-
we
hold-
were
hold on,
going to
please.
vote.
You're
Your
an idiot.
voters
You're
do
an
not
idiot.
want that. And stop lying, because Kimberly Ho was your second on putting that flag on City Hall. And we, Mr. Mayor, is that
I
correct?
stopped your clock already. Can I ask you?
Mr. Mayor, I have the floor.
I
I'm reclaiming my time. You know.
That's right.
No, I have the floor, so stop
Let me-
interrupting,
let me-
Mr. Mayor.
No.
I have the floor.
Yeah,
I have not
why
finished,
didn't
it's
you
5
let her
minutes.
talk?
I'm
Mr.
talking to-
Mayor,
I'm talking
I have the floor,
Councilmember
please
Nguyen.
respect. I have 5 minutes. City
let
Attorney,
her
what's my
finish.
right? Do I have the
Please.
floor right now?
Let her finish.
No.
Mr. Mayor.
I just want,
Attorney, do I have the
I just
floor?
want to let you know.
City Attorney,
that
do I have the
am running
floor?
this meeting, and
I have
there
my
is-
5 minutes.
there
I'm
is a-
claiming my time. I have
There is
the
an
floor.
interruption to your.
You do not
That's what
interrupt my
Council Nguyen.
time. I have
want
the
to stop
floor.
Council Nguyen, okay?
Do not interrupt my time. I have the floor, Mr. Mayor. You know, City Attorney, who has the floor right now?
I have the floor.
I have my 5 minutes. City Attorney, who has the floor right now?
Yeah, you have to respect the time that, you know.
The chair runs the meeting, and so when the chair has to stop it to try and get order, he has the ability to do that.
He's not
Thank you.
interrupting, he's interrupting me. I'm
The
talking.
chair is running the meeting.
The chair's
and if he needs
interrupting
to
my
interrupt to make
time.
the order,
I
the
have
meeting-
the floor, so let me finish. And I still have 2 minutes and 45 seconds. I am claiming my time.
Your time is still your
You're
time.
interrupting
I am
me,
not
Mr.
going
Mayor.
to take away your time.
I have the floor, I'm claiming my time. I have the floor and I'm claiming
Go.
my time.
Okay, why don't
So
you
can
let
I
her
finish?
talk, and then we're going to get it
I
over
want to
with.
tell you to stop so she can.
You let her
Mr. Mayor,
talk.
can you stop the
You
time
let
you're
her speak,
arguing?
and then we get it
I'm not
over.
going to claim your time.
Go in the back again.
Why you,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, this is your
Yeah,
meeting. Can you
can-
please tell the audience
Can you keep order?
to be
Stop.
quiet? This is our time, Mr.
He has
Mayor.
to stop.
Oh,
We have
my
to.
Mr.
My
Mayor,
goodness.
this is our time.
I understand.
Dialoguing.
I understand, but he has to stop. So
But you run the meeting.
You are now recognized. You can talk, but not
You
him.
don't need to recognize me
Okay.
because I have the floor.
I have to recognize you.
No, you
Because
don't.
At this
You
time,
interrupt my time.
yes, I can.
You
Because
cannot.
I am running the meeting.
The clock?
I
Okay.
am
Let her go.
redeeming my time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but you don't make any.
So, Mr. Mayor, so can you please, look, I'm getting interruption again. Can you please run your meeting? Can you tell
Okay.
the public?
Okay, hold
They're
on, hold on,
interrupting
hold,
me.
hold the clock, please.
They're
Okay, hold the
interrupting me.
clock. At this time, I would like to ask you for a favor. Let me finish the meeting. Please don't interrupt. And with that, I ask the council also doing the same thing, not to interrupt any council when you are not recognized. If you can't do that, then don't claim that they can't do it. Okay? So, go.
Mr. Mayor, please take your own advice. Don't interrupt me when I have the floor. 2 minutes and
Please,
45
go ahead.
seconds. So can you please
2 minutes
redeem
and
my
45
time?
seconds.
2 minutes and 45 seconds. You can go back to the time and look at it.
Go ahead and
I said
put
2
2
minutes and 45
seconds for her.
seconds. I reclaim my time. You want me to start?
Go ahead and start at 3 minutes. That's okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this, it's all a game, and we can see it and we can read it. Everyone who knows politics, who can look at this and say, we see the majority here. Every time that we want to say anything or put anything, we are silenced. District 1 and District 4 is silenced, and we all know that. So until November is the elections coming up, I hope that we get people who comes in and who are fair, who are democratic, who are actually respecting the constitutional republic. And that's what I'm hoping for. Because whatever you guys are doing here, this is a communist dictator stuff to silence the other people. If you are not afraid of the voice of other constituent or other elected official here, because we're all elected by the people. If you're not afraid, let us dialogue. That's why a city is healthy, a diocese is healthy, the council is healthy when we are able to dialogue and talk about and bring things and items up and talk. Unless you, Mr. Mayor, and the majority here is afraid of our voice and what we're going to talk about and do, that's the only reason why you would silence our voice and not allow us to put things on the agenda. And you would shut us down because we would never get the 3 votes. And with that being said, I just want to make sure that you guys, the public, vote correctly because it's so important. This is the constitutional republic. This is a democratic state and nation that we have to respect each other's voice. And we should not be afraid of other people's opinion or thoughts. And this is why it's healthy because each district is elected by that district and the people. So Nam Quang should have a say in his district. Monzo, Kimberly, myself, should have a say in our district and the mayor's say overall of the city of Westminster. But that's a healthy council, healthy city when we can dialogue. Imagine of a family when we can talk freely, our thoughts and mind, and we learn from each other. Not shutting people down. How can we learn from that? You just make other people resent. That's it. And so with this agenda item, all you're doing is just silent people, silent the voice of the District 1 and 4, and not allow them to have anything of their concern that they brought to our attention. And we're going to bring it before the dais, and it would never be voted on to be on the agenda. And that's a shame. This is America. And I'm very sad to see that this is how the city is run, Mr. Mayor. And this is your legacy. And this is Monzo. This is your legacy too. And are you going to do the same thing instead of being fair and just?
Your time is up, Councilmember West. Now, please, I want from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you that you're patient and not disrupt the meeting so that we can move on and finish the meeting. And also, I want to thank the council here, not interrupt. With this, we can move on. And to be honest with you, I want to finish the meeting as soon as possible, so help me to finish the meeting. At this time, is there another person want to talk about this item?
Yeah, I
Okay.
will go ahead. As suggested earlier, I do see that I agree with changing whoever's the maker of the motion. Could we make sure we change the council to the agenda, and then for a minimum of 6 months instead of maximum? I think it does make more sense. And so unfortunately, because we have chaos up here and people keep putting the same agenda over and over again, we can't move forward. So I do agree with this, and so I will give my vote if we could amend that.
Amend to have the, which is,
The word maximum to minimum.
Can you explain the difference?
the minimum of 6 months instead of maximum of 6 months.
So you got to wait for at least 6 months before you make the same thing, you bring the same thing back.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you for pointing it out.
It was.
Okay,
Can we go for another round?
Yes.
Second round.
Who was the
I
maker?
agree.
Okay, all right. Okay, is there anything else from the council?
I'd like to talk.
Okay.
Can we?
Yes,
okay,
this is the second round. This is the second round.
Okay, let me respond to Carlos Manzo about playing games, and he said that we are the one that wasting time, but I think you guys, the three of you, are the one that wasting a lot of times on Central and Amy Van West. So,
For a council meeting.
you know, face it, you guys are liars and cowards that you don't want to face that facts, okay? Let be clear about you guys intentionally silent the voice of District 1 and District 4. Remember that, you know what, I wish that you can have a little bit test of the dictatorship in China or Vietnam, so you know that the people that fight for you to voice, fight for you to speak out, like Amy Van West and I. Okay, I think you don't need to break the law or go against the Constitution just because we say things that don't easy to your ears, okay? And again, I think this November election that you're going to see the big difference, and just don't come back and cry like a baby, okay? Okay, and I really want you to see you cry, and all of you down there.
Please, please.
Okay. Right.
Please.
So I still have almost 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, I believe that we have a substitute motion, and a second original motion. So why don't we go with the substitute motion first? Call for the vote, please.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, substitute motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West to take no action. Go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
No.
Mayor Nguyen?
No.
Motion failed.
Go back to the
3-2.
original motion, please. The motion is failed, right?
Motion failed 3-2.
Go back to the original motion.
Okay, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, right, to amend the council policy related to placing items on the agenda with the correction from maximum to minimum of 6 months.
That's right.
And the word council to agenda, right?
It's already there.
Yes, that's as recommended. That was part of, that's stated. It is to amend the process for placement of agenda items, to change the wording that says the requesting council member cannot request the item, to the item requested cannot be requested again by any member of the council for a minimum of 6 months unless there's an urgency as determined by new information, legislation, litigation, or policy.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Councilwoman Fan West?
I thought we already, you know what? Like I said again, this is really sad to see the city of Westminster, Mr. Mayor. You are a Republican,
time
you
to
are
vote.
a conservative.
You have your
and
vote.
You escaped from communism. I'm really sad,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, that you would
Go ahead.
silence
Go ahead
another
and cast your
person's
vote,
voice
please.
and not uphold the constitutional republic. So with the original motion, I vote no.
Oh, thank you. Next.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Mark my words, okay, on November 5th, don't come back here and cry like a baby, like Menzo. I will enjoy it if you cry. It's a no.
It's a no, okay.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2 with Councilmember Nguyen and Councilwoman Fan West voting no.
Okay, next item is 9.2, amendment to the policy to limit the amount of time each council member has for discussion of an agenda item. This is also very self-explanatory. If you read the staff report, just like Councilmember Menzo mentioned earlier, with this, I think it's very clear. I want to have a motion. I want to entertain a motion to this. If not, I will motion to approve the item 9.2. Is there a second to that?
Can we, so we're going to have a total of 5 minutes per their comments?
Yeah, everything 5 minutes. I believe that for the placing an item on agenda and also comment at the end, it's going to be 5 minutes.
I'm good with that.
Is there a second to that?
Second it.
I
Okay.
substitute motion.
Okay, please.
To take no action, and I want to make a statement on this. So I have the floor, so Mr. Mayor, please don't
Hold on. Is there a second to that?
I second her.
Okay, now I recognize you. Please,
So-
5 minutes, please.
So, Mr. Mayor, it's really sad to see this again, that you are doing this to limit the time of the council member as we are elected by the people. We should have this free dialogue and constructive, healthy dialogue. And we don't see it here in the city of Westminster anymore. And it's very sad. I know that's what, when we have the majority at beginning in 2022, when we got elected in, Mr. Mayor, you, Nam Quang, and I, and we were fair enough for Carlos and Kimberly to talk.
Right.
And they take their time and forever. And I know sometime you have mentioned, Kimberly, can you please hurry up? What do you want to say? And we were respectful to let that dialogue, even though they were not our majority. But now you have the majority, and you take it to the next level of control and silencing the voice, and it's no longer a constitutional republic. And it's very sad to me to see that, and it's not healthy for the city. And, with this, when you limit the time for us to even speak, placing the agenda, the item on the agenda, is the next step of control. It doesn't take long for us. We know that we don't even get the vote right now to put anything on the agenda, Mr. Mayor. And when we put it on, we don't get the vote. District 1 and 2, whatever our residents tell us that they would like to agendize things regarding homelessness or anything they're concerned about, we would never have the vote, Mr. Mayor. And I thought it's supposed to be a nonpartisan. City council is nonpartisan. We're supposed to see what is the best interest for the people, Mr. Mayor. And for you to silence to this point, for us as District 1 and 4 can't even put things on the agenda, Mr. Mayor, can I reclaim my time? I keep getting interrupted by the activists out here. So can you keep order? Do your job. Keep order, and I'm reclaiming my time, City Clerk. You need a pause.
Please, if you...
I'm reclaiming my time.
No.
Yes.
Go ahead and continue.
I'm interrupted by the people, and you're supposed to take charge of your city and your audience, Mr. Mayor. And City Clerk, I'm claiming my time. Because I got interrupted.
No one can. No one can except me.
I am reclaiming my time. I have the floor, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 minutes and 50-something, and you just let it keep running.
Because you are not...
Mr. Mayor, I'm claiming my time because this is my time. I have the floor. You're being unfair, and you're not following the rule.
Okay.
I'm claiming my time. You're letting it run when I'm being
spend 3 minutes than taking that longer. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Reset for 3 minutes. I would like to ask you, please. We'll take about a few more minutes. It will be over. But if we continue to do this, it will be all night. So please help me to finish the meeting. Go ahead.
Why you keep backing them when you have the
authority and the power, Mr. Mayor?
You need to be quiet at this.
No, Mr. Mayor,
you are not recognized at this time.
Let me do your job.
Okay, I'm not going to claim.
Okay, can I reclaim my time?
Okay, I'm not.
You keep interrupting.
See?
Can I reclaim my time, Mr. Mayor?
No.
Yes.
No.
Pause it, because you are interrupting my time.
No.
Can I reclaim my time, please? I haven't even talked yet. No, I have the floor, and you're letting the audience interrupting me.
Please.
This is not fair, Mr. Mayor.
I'm not going to. Clock is running. Yes.
No, I am reclaiming my time.
Please speak. The clock is running.
I am reclaiming my time because you're interrupting me, and you're letting the audience interrupt me.
You are not. Please.
Mr.
Speak.
Mayor, I have the floor. I'm reclaiming my time. Mr. Mayor, I'm reclaiming my time.
Go ahead and
And I have the floor.
Go ahead and talk.
I am reclaiming my time.
No.
I am reclaiming my time, and I have the floor. You keep interrupting me, and you let the audience interrupt me.
I already said your time.
No, you did not.
I did.
Why
you interrupt me.
I did.
I'm reclaiming my time. Where's my 3 minutes? Please reset my 3 minutes. I'm reclaiming my time. You're letting the audience interrupt me over and over again. So please Let me have my time. I have the floor
I asked
right
you,
now.
the clock is running, and you are
Mr.
not talking
Mayor,
about it.
I
You're
have the
talking-
floor.
Yeah.
You are interrupting, and you're letting the audience interrupt, and you're running my time. I'm reclaiming my time.
Yeah, man.
You're not being fair or just or following the rules right now.
That's why, that's
I
the
am
reason that I
following
keep
the
calling you
Mr.
idiot
Mayor, I'm reclaiming my time.
and incompetent.
I have the floor, and I am reclaiming my
You
time.
are the worst mayor ever in the history of the U.S. Not
Mr.
Westminster, city of Westminster.
Mr. Mayor, I have the floor. I'm reclaiming
The
my
most
time.
idiot.
You are not reclaiming
You're
your time. I
breaking the
told you
law.
already, you have the time.
You are
Go ahead.
breaking the law, and you're not running your meeting correctly. I'm reclaiming my time, and I have the floor, and you keep interrupting me.
Yeah,
So I'm reclaiming
why
my
didn't you
time.
let her talk and then we get it over
let
with? I
her
need to go
talk.
home now.
Let
her
me
talk.
have my time. I'm reclaiming my time.
God dang, man.
You are breaking the rule, and you're breaking the law.
It's been,
Just go
Mr.
ahead and
Mayor,
recess
I
the
have
meeting.
the floor, and I'm reclaiming my time.
it's been running for 3 minutes.
I told you no.
I have the floor, and I'm reclaiming my time.
I already have you.
You keep
reclaim your time.
interrupting me, Mr. Mayor, and you let the audience interrupt me. I'm reclaiming my time. I have
Your
the
time
floor.
is up. Your time is up.
I
You
have
should
the
have
floor,
let her
and
talk.
I'm
Right now.
reclaiming my
You should have
time.
let her talk.
Right now, I
Don't be
have,
stupid.
okay,
City attorney, what is my right?
right now, we have run out the time. So next council meeting, next council
No,
member.
you have to let her talk.
Attorney works for all.
She has 3 minutes.
We're asking the city attorney.
Okay.
City attorney,
She has 3 minutes. You have to let her talk.
Okay, hold on.
city attorney
Right now, city attorney,
for us.
No,
We
no,
have-
attorney, you are running the
we
meeting.
have the motion
You
on the
are the
floor.
presiding officer. You are running the meeting. You got to be fair.
Councilmember West,
City
I
attorney.
give you, right now, what I'm saying is I
Give
give you
her
the first
3 minutes
warning.
and talk.
It's the first warning. You are disrupting the meeting.
City attorney, what is my
You are disrupting the meeting. I am going to give you the first warning.
No, she's not.
Okay,
You
I-
are the one that interrupting the
It's
meeting.
already a first
You are the
warning to
one.
you.
City attorney
You are the one.
is off, so I have to speak loud.
Give her 3 minutes to talk.
I
and
asked you
that's
to
it.
be quiet right now so that we
Let's
can
get
move
this one
on.
over with.
Attorney, what's my rights? Please answer. You work for us. You are hired by the council.
Go ahead, answer it.
The time was running and you weren't
But
speaking. You were given an
Let
opportunity.
him finish.
He let the crowd keep interrupting her.
City
He
attorney,
didn't-
I had
he
the
didn't
floor.
do his
The mayor
job
runs the
Crowd
properly.
keep interrupting me and the mayor.
The mayor runs the
I
meeting.
asked for reclaiming my time.
But he did not run it properly.
Councilmember Nguyen, it's the
No, no,
first
no, no,
warning
no.
to you.
I have the
It's
right to
I
speak.
issue the first warning to you.
I have the
You
right
are
to speak.
disrupting the meeting, okay?
No, no, I'm
First
not.
warning for you, first warning for you.
I
I am not.
right to reclaim my time.
Just go ahead, remove
There
us.
is no, okay.
You give her 3 minutes and then we going to finish this.
At this time,
Do I have,
No, not at this time. Give her 3 minutes.
at this time,
Give her 3 minutes.
please answer.
You were given
City
the
attorney.
time. You were given time.
No, but the crowd keep interrupting her. How can she talk?
I wasn't interrupting.
You let her run out.
I wasn't.
City attorney, what
Mayor,
is
Be
my
reasonable
right?
here.
Okay, let me,
They cough
No.
and they clap
at
and
this
everything
time,
like that.
we have the substitute motion by both of you. Substitute motion by both of you and the original motion.
We know that.
on
We
the
already
floor.
knew that.
So at this time, I asked
No,
to move for the vote.
You let us discuss. Give her 3 minutes to talk,
Okay,
and that's it.
And you
Let me,
interrupt, Mr. Mayor.
no.
And keep the crowd.
You ran out your
Keep
time.
order.
You interrupt. You want to replay the video?
You ran out your time.
Mayor, please,
So at this time, I would like to
you are the chair.
move
You interrupt.
to stop the discussion on this item. Can I do that?
Reclaim
okay?
No, unless you give her 3 minutes to talk, and then you go ahead and then.
Okay, according to the city attorney, we have the motion on the floor. We can call for the vote right now. So please, call for the vote for the substitute motion, please.
No, you don't call for the vote before we finish
I
discussing.
have a substitute motion.
No, we're not going to go for vote.
Okay,
No.
continue.
I have a
with the-
substitute
we're not going
motion
to
made
follow
by
vote
Councilwoman
until
Fan West,
We hear
seconded by
Councilwoman Fan West out.
Councilwoman,
Let's
Councilmember
speak.
Nguyen to take no action.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and call roll.
Let's speak for 3 minutes and that's it.
Before you call for the vote, let me remind you, okay, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, Councilmember West. If you refuse to vote, then I will consider your vote as an abstain vote, okay? So go ahead and call the vote, please.
Councilwoman Fan West.
Give us 3 minutes to talk, and then we get this over with.
Okay, go next.
Councilwoman Fan West.
Why you are so afraid of?
Councilmember Monzo.
Why you afraid of?
Councilmember Monzo.
Oh my goodness!
I had the floor, and I'm
Councilmember Nguyen.
Let her have 3 minutes to.
Councilmember
Nguyen.
Nguyen. Vice Mayor Ho.
City Attorney,
My goodness!
City Attorney, what is my right? I have.
Right now, we are voting on substitute motion,
This is illegal, City Attorney.
okay? The vote is no.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
City Attorney, you need to.
Motion failed.
City Attorney,
3-2.
Yes, please.
you need to do what's right, City Attorney.
Let me respond here. You know, it's kind of difficult here because the chair runs the meeting. Okay, council members are entitled to a reasonable opportunity to speak on each agenda item. So we had a period of time where opportunity to speak was given, and then they reset the time. So
And the people
Given that,
interrupt.
again-
City Attorney, you must understand that the people interrupt.
The people.
You're
keep
going to lie to us
interrupting her.
now? Should
How
we
can she-
replay the video, City Attorney?
How can she
You are
talk?
about the law. You knew they
Okay,
interrupt.
City
wanted to
Attorney,
answer
we
you.
are
Let-
voting for
let
the
him
substitute
answer you.
motion.
So,
We have
City Attorney,
3-0. I
you
mean,
missed
3
that,
with the other two
that
are not
portion.
voting.
Okay,
So
Can you tell
go
me-
ahead.
So 3 voted in favor, and there were 2 abstentions because they didn't vote? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, is that
That's
right?
illegal, City Attorney.
Okay,
You
thank
violate the law.
Now, please move to the next vote for the original
You
motion.
violate the law.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo.
Wow.
I
You
have to make a
violate the law.
substitute motion on that.
City
I don't
Attorney, there's going to be a
Amend the
lot of
policy
lawsuits
to limit the
coming.
amount of each time council member has for discussion of an agenda
I
item.
don't to make a substitute motion on your
I want to
motion.
make
Is that all
it
right?
clear that
Is
you
that-
are an
No,
idiot.
okay?
man.
Substitute
City
motion already done.
Nam
Now
Quang,
we are
Councilman,
original
So I
I
vote.
think
can't-
the
Approve it.
5
We
minutes
can't
later,
substitute motion
the
again?
comment, you should speak for
No.
your people.
Go
It's
ahead
important that
and
you
call for
speak
the
at the
original motion,
ABC
please.
1, 2, 3.
Councilwoman Fan West?
Speak for your people in
Before
District 1.
Before you vote on that, I
District
just want
4.
to clarify, that should be agenda item number 10. It indicates it is number 9. It really should be 10. So just the maker of the motion and the second on
The
that.
maker of motion is number 10.
The maker.
Yes, I am the motion, maker of the motion. I agree with that. How about the second?
What do you mean?
He said that there was staff report saying that instead of 9, it's supposed to be 10.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, because, yes.
No, I don't.
No, we are talking about item 9.2.
Yes.
9.2 is supposed to be
Yeah, it's
9.2.
this item,
Okay,
but 9.2
yes.
talks about
Item.
process rate for agenda item number 9, comments and requests for agenda items. And comments and requests is item number 10 on the agenda. So that
Okay.
should be changed from 9 to 10.
Okay, all right. So as the original maker of the motion, I agree to that.
Yes.
Okay, so please call for that vote.
Okay. Councilwoman Fan West?
No, this is illegal.
Okay, she's not voting.
Councilmember
Move
Monzo?
on.
Yes.
This is a adjournment vote. This is not even right.
Councilmember
You guys
Nguyen?
didn't even let me talk when I have the 5 minute, and that
Vice
is
Mayor
your
Ho?
law.
Vice Mayor Ho?
That is your law.
Yes.
It's not
Will you
even like
stop?
legit.
Yes.
This is not
Motion
legit.
carried 3-2.
All right,
This is
thank you.
horrible.
All right.
You violated and you let the activists run the city, Charlie. That's pretty sad.
Okay, we are moving on to number 10, comments and requests for agenda item from City Council agency members. Let's start out with Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay. So,
Okay, can you
are you asking?
can you go ahead and then put the 5 minutes, please?
Yeah, just run the call. Okay, I will make a request of placing an item on the next agenda for discussion. That we will discuss. No, we will rescind resolution. What did I mention?
9.2
5.2.
and 9.1.
The item 5.2 from the City Council meeting on September 11.
Oh, that's 5.2, sorry.
5.2.
So now you make his motions for him?
Did you want to make the same motion that you made earlier? Because I
Right.
think it was to
Yeah.
just.
Yeah, the same motion.
I gotta find it. It's a lot
Not
earlier in the
rescind.
meeting. No, it wasn't to rescind. It was to. Sorry, it's a lot of notes.
I mean, would it be to bring that item back to
For
discuss?
discuss. Yes.
To discuss rescinding?
No, I just
No.
want to
It was
rescind
just it was to discuss. So it was.
Not for
Sorry, here we go.
discussion.
City
and
Clerk, I think you need to
Yeah, it
pause
was
because
walk on-
Christine's speaking.
At the time, it was to walk on the item to discuss the study and exclude mobile home parks.
Right.
Your time
Okay.
is clicking, by the way, Christine was talking.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
Okay.
I make it quick. So, and then we're going to discuss about, first, I rescind that, and then we discuss about with condition that we're going to clearly exclude all the land, the mobile home parks land from the discussion.
Can you read it again, please?
Well, it's so to rescind 5.2 from the September 11th meeting first, and then discuss the item to clearly exclude mobile home parks. And you need a second.
Is there a second to that?
Adolfo, just really clearly, where is that reference from 2016, in what document that had the mobile home parks? That's what I want to be specific about.
So the policy document,
Can you stop this clock?
Yeah, if you could.
to answer your question, the policy document that introduces mixed use into mobile home parks was a part of the 2016 general plan update.
So it may,
That would
it may
require-
require a general plan
It would
update.
definitely require a general plan amendment.
So are we clear? Okay. Right.
What is
Is
the
there a second
process
to
for a
that?
general plan update? I mean, general plan amendment? What's
Can you
the
please stop
process?
his time? Someone else talking. City Clerk, please stop his time.
This is my time.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead,
he
go
keep
ahead, Go ahead.
talking.
Go ahead.
Monzo just asked questions and the time keep clicking.
The person who's talking is
You guys don't even follow
you.
your own rules. You guys don't follow your own rules. When Christine was talking, you paused for Kimberly so Christine can talk. Now the time is running. When Christine talk and Adolfo talk, you don't pause the time. This is ridiculous.
Okay, so are we?
You're
are we
wasting
done
his
with that?
time.
Okay, so do I have your second?
Yeah, you have my
Okay,
second.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you can go for vote now.
Okay, all right, thank you. So can you repeat the,
I think I understand it. It would be, the first part would be to rescind item 5.2 from the September 11th meeting. And the second one would be to put an item on the agenda to request a general plan update to remove mobile home parks from
From the discussion, from the general plan.
what
So whatever lands that we have, we're going to discuss about it, but we're not going to include mobile home park into our plan. Is that clear?
The general plan, land use map, designates mixed-use districts over mobile home parks.
Yes.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of it.
And
Yeah, so to discuss a general plan update to remove mixed use from mobile home parks in the city of Westminster.
That's correct.
this is what I was on the show last night. I was saying that since 2016 that we have the council agree to 2 parks. One is Aliso Park and the other Lantern Park. And I said, I will undo it. And this is what had happened, okay? So, is it 2 separate items or is it just 1 item?
I see it as 2.
Yes, I see it 2. Because
Right, so just make it A and B into 2 parts, right?
But your request could be 1 vote if you want.
Yeah,
What's
your
the
request
process?
could be 1 vote, but it would
That's what we
essentially be
would be
2
bringing
items
back.
because the
We need to
first.
bring back a process.
Because the first item that was 5.2 was looking at a study. It wasn't looking at general plan amendments yet. And so if you're looking to do general plan amendments to address the mobile home park issue, then that's a completely separate process. So
I don't understand it.
Just
City Attorney,
lack of
help me out.
understanding. Lack of understanding.
So we need to bring back a process,
Just,
really.
there's a request for those 2 items, and we need a vote to want to see if we want to add those to the agenda.
Let's vote.
It's 2 separate items, they would be an A and a B.
So let's vote.
Okay, I want to make it clear.
Okay,
Is that,
Mr. Nam Quang, I
Okay,
think
still
what I'm
have a
trying to
1
understand,
minute and 1 minute and 3
I know,
seconds.
may I understand what you're saying? I think,
so wait a minute. He has 1 minute and 3 seconds, so let him finish it, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, the reason that I brought up this is because I want to give the resident that currently live in the mobile home park a peace of mind, so they're not going to worry about it in the future, that the city or any developers want to go in and buy the land and kick them out of the house. So that's what I want to emphasize. Thank you.
Am I hearing 5.2 or no? What he just said for 5.2, are we doing 5.2, anything with the 5.2 from? Okay, okay. So 2 separate items, right?
5.2 he wants to bring back
Yeah, so-
to talk.
So it's to first rescind 5.2 from the September 11th meeting. So that action is just reversed, nothing's happening. And then discuss that item further to clearly exclude mobile home parks through potentially a general plan amendment update.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, from a mixed-use designation.
Is it for the future or the one that already exists?
Well, that's really up to the
I want
The
clear.
requester.
I want clear.
Yeah, we
that
would be,
during Trita mayor and also the council before, they voted for the 2 mobile home parks, Aliso and also Green Park, as mixed use area.
Mayor.
So at this time here, your motion is to do for the future or to undo those 2 too?
I substitute motion to that.
It's very clear that I just want to undo the one that you guys voted last time.
We didn't.
Oh, last time is not.
Yes,
Okay,
you voted yes.
We didn't. If you want,
did. Okay.
So you want the one that I did the last time, which one is that? Is that 5.2?
5.2,
Yes.
you think?
Yes.
5.2.
5.2, we did not.
Okay,
You
so
did.
can I modify,
You did.
ask
Okay,
the
you want me to
author
show
of
you the
substitute
video that you
motion?
vote on it?
I don't know whether you
You want-
understand.
You want me to
Can
show
I
you the video?
ask Mr. Namquan
May I
to
speak?
It's right here.
Yes,
I have it
yes.
on. I have
Yes,
it on
right
tap
now,
right here.
right now, let me recognize,
Can you-
Vice Mayor Ho, please.
Yes, okay, the general plan amendment, isn't that to be done every 10 years? That is to be done every 10 years. It's not like the council voted to have mixed use or anything like that. It's done by a consultant every 10, 15 years, and I think it's been a little while. So that is a huge, that's a huge undertaking. It's not like we voted or any council voted on it.
I think you guys are getting
there's,
sidetracked.
Excuse me.
You guys are getting sidetracked. It's not about that. He's not talking about that. He's basically talking about, okay, let me,
Okay,
let me make it clear.
I'm talking, please, don't jump in.
I thought-
And then
Let her
the
finish.
5.2 is just a lack of understanding on both council, who just don't understand. And so if anything, I think they need to just go back to the drawing board, maybe just to have a sit-down with staff, so that
I
you can
think you don't
spare us the
understand.
details of, bringing up when you think it's this, but it's not that, it's not this, it's something else. It's just the lack of understanding on your part. So I'm just, out of respect, I just want you to
Thanks for
sit down with
understanding for
staff.
me.
Okay, can I speak now? My turn.
Okay, go.
I thought
From
you were
what I
always
understand, I
last.
totally agree with Vice Mayor Ho in terms of the lack understanding of 5.2 from the two council. So I'm not going to go for this one. I don't think that understand until they know exactly what they're talking about. Then I will agree with them. I will
You're
vote
not
for it.
letting me talk. How
can I
can you
go now?
understand?
go
Okay,
ahead.
may I
Go
talk
ahead.
now for the
His turn
agenda
first.
item?
His turn first.
Okay, yes, it's just a little bit more on that.
So are you going to start a clock?
The general plan
I
So we
thought
are
it's-
messing up here.
update, not only,
Okay, go ahead.
correct me if I'm wrong, that it cost the city over $1 million for that, and it's over a year, it took longer than a year to do. And during that process, we have multiple community workshops. Not only, it was so large, we had to have them at the mall because there's so many people that attended it, and multiple times, and coming out and having community input, we had a 25-member general plan update committee that involved, that one of the members was our former Mayor Tree Tall. He was a member of that committee, and another council member as well. So that was a very long process to get to that point. And for us to get back there, that was in 2016. If we wanted to do it again, it'd be 2026. And that would commit over, again, I'm assuming now it's going to be a lot more than $1 million. So, and to go through that process again. So it's just a lack of understanding and maybe maybe ask questions beforehand to really understand what we're talking about if we don't know. So please, I ask my colleagues to please understand that. And to me, this is just a political stunt just to stoke fear into the most vulnerable people in their community, and that's all it is. It's just a big show, wasting everybody's time. And they don't really care about it. They just want to scare everybody, so.
Thank you. Now I recognize you, Councilmember West.
Thank you. So this is really sad, because what you guys went sidetrack and derail on completely something different. Mainly what Nam Quang was saying was just to exempt the mobile home parks from the study that you implemented, voted on September 11th. So if you approve that study, which I would change my vote to go back to that, but the thing is that we want you to exempt the whole mobile home park in this study. That's it. So basically the agenda item 5.2, you're removing all the mobile home park through that study. And that's it. That's all we wanted. So bringing back the 5.2
Bring back the
and
subject to
just
discuss
remove that mobile home
not
park
with
in
the
there. That's
mobile home
all he
park, yeah.
wanted. So if you
Do I make
want
myself
that, then you guys can vote for it. If not, then that's okay.
Okay, at this time here, I think we have enough discussion
we
about
already,
it.
I still have my time,
And-
Mr. Mayor,
Go
4
ahead.
minutes. May
Go
I
ahead.
reclaim my time? And I have the floor.
Do it.
So
You
can
still
you
have 4
please
minutes.
stop interrupting me, Mr. Mayor?
Here goes again.
Okay, so we all know the general plan update is required by the state of State of California every 10 years. So Ms. Ho, we all know that already, so you don't have to educate us
No,
on
you
that.
did not know that.
So
Somebody
it has,
texted you
it
that.
has
Councilmember
nothing
Vice
to
Mayor
do
Ho,
with the,
let
Mr.
them-
Mayor, I have the floor.
I am
Stop
trying to stop
interrupting me.
her for
Stop
you.
interrupting me, Ms. Ho. Okay, so it has nothing to do with the plan, the general plan, because we already know the state of California update that every 10 years. So why are you looking at me? Do you need to look at me?
Seeing you all the
that's so
information.
funny.
It's just funny.
Oh, you're
She
so
loves
funny.
Don't say
She loves
just-
Oh, let me
the
see what you're
front
looking
burner.
on your phone. Wow.
want to take
I'm taking notes. I write notes on my phone. Do you want to see my notepad? Let me show you.
Miss
Yes,
Ho,
yellow.
Your clock is
Do you want-
ticking.
do you
Just want to
look
let
at
you
my
know your
notepads?
time is running.
Just in case, my notepads, like I can't look on my notepads. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we know the general plan already. It has nothing to do with the plan they voted to implement on September 11th. So all we're asking is on the agenda on September 11th to remove the mobile home park on those mixed use on that map. All we want is just remove that and approve the plan. That's it. Okay? So I am your second on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Okay, now my turn, then I will call for the vote. Why don't we call for the vote right now? We have the substitute motion.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West to rescind item 5.2 from the September 11th meeting and to discuss the item.
Before you call for the vote, I haven't got a chance to speak myself, so let me make a comment first, okay? I think there's a lack of understanding from the two council for the 5.2, so I am not really
City Attorney, can the mayor
think that
interrupt during
this
the
is the way
process
to
of
go.
voting?
So go ahead and call for the vote.
Jeez.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Motion failed.
Okay, next is Councilmember West. Is item 10. You have anything to?
I thought it's his time. Do you have any other
He's
item?
done, he's
No,
done.
I'm done.
Oh, you're done? Okay. So my turn now? Okay. I thought you always go with this way, so
No,
you want to
that's-
rotate again? Okay. For me, I think it's so important. I just want to make sure that we have the freedom of speech on the dais here as elected officials. Because remember, we are representing each district and their voice. And I want to put on the agenda just making sure that we respect the constitutional republic and respect each other's voice, even though it's different. On the dais, I want to agendize that item. So in that way, we have the freedom to respect one another and put things on the agenda without the fear of dialogue and discussion. So that's my agenda item.
I'm sorry, what are you placing?
I want to place agenda item, however you want to phrase it.
Sure.
Okay, that we respect and honor the constitutional republic which we live in, the United States, okay, the rules of the nation, and that in it, that I want to encourage the council here as a body not to be fearful of different voice and ideas, but that we will have a healthy dialogue, allowing that open dialogue without any restriction of each other's voice because we represent each district that vote us in.
So like a statement resolution with all that you, okay.
Yeah.
So a resolution.
Okay, is there a second to this?
She got my second.
What is the resolution? Just, we already
It's a
have that
statement.
already.
Then why you
It's a
second it?
statement.
Okay, then withdraw.
Why you?
Because we already have
why
that.
you-
We already have that.
But he's
I don't know.
second.
It's up to
No,
you.
it's different. This is a
Councilmember Nguyen
statement.
already seconded it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
We already have that.
So we have a motion and second on the floor. Personally, I think that we have ordered, we conduct our meeting professionally. It's just some of the council are disrupting the meeting. It's just because of that. It doesn't mean that we have to bring the item and then, talk about it. It's just a waste of time, waste of resource, waste of the taxpayer money. So I will not go for that. So go ahead.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
No, Monzo.
No, I withdrew it.
I thought we had that motion on the floor. City Attorney?
No, you withdrew, and then
Oh.
Councilmember Nguyen
Okay.
had seconded.
To bring a statement of resolution. Sorry, Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Ho, Vice Mayor Ho,
No, silly.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Motion failed.
Next is Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes, I just need, I remember bringing up e-bikes regs. Didn't we talk about that? Didn't we have something? Before I put something on the agenda, I just wanted to refresh my memory, if you could. Didn't we ask you to bring back something, e-bike regulations or something like that? Could you refresh my memory? We're waiting for that to come back to us, or no? We
I'm
don't
not
have
sure.
any-
Actually, I can answer that. There was a request at one point to do a study session regarding e-bikes, and at the time, there was some pending, I think there was some laws, or there was some concerns on why we didn't bring it at that time.
Okay.
But since then, because the agenda placement policy eliminated any other previous requests, there is no request.
That was one of mine, and it was pending, so now that it's wiped out, I'd like to bring that back. I think it's really needed, because I did see a couple other e-bike accidents, so I think it's really time. And so I'd like to put that on the agenda and ask staff to research it and bring some kind of regulations
Can the
forward.
city manager rephrase that motion, agenda item? Study, is that the
Bringing,
study session?
it'd be bringing back a study session. That's because we're not.
Oh, a study session?
It's going to be study session.
Okay. Could we do that, please?
Okay.
We could.
Okay.
You don't have, it doesn't have to be at the next meeting. If
Yeah.
you're overwhelmed, you could have a couple of.
It wouldn't be ready at the next meeting, because in order to have a meaningful, structured discussion about e-bikes, we'd have to bring back, we'd have to do some research, other cities' laws, et cetera.
Okay, is there a second to that?
A second.
Okay.
So we're just doing a study or a implementation of what the other cities are doing?
It would be a study
first.
Yeah, it would be, so with the study session format, we'd be bringing to you examples on what is done in other cities, as well as, legal's interpretation of, how things are playing out in regards to e-bikes, but it's really a discussion. There's not an implementation focus at this time. Based on your comments on e-bikes at the study session, it provides additional direction for staff and city attorney's office to generate something, toward adopting an ordinance if you desire that.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, seconded by Councilmember Monzo to schedule a study session to discuss e-bikes. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Can you just circle back around?
Can you stop the clock right now if she has another?
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes. When you said discuss e-bikes, could you be more specific, like e-bike regulations? Or are you just going to talk about e-bikes?
I think it's
Yes,
inferred that we're
we've
talking
got-
about
Yeah.
regulations.
Yeah, I think
okay.
that's what we intend, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilwoman Fan West.
Chief of Police, don't we have the law in the state of California for e-bikes
Are we in the
Don't
middle
we
of the
supposed to
vote?
implement that?
Who is next?
No,
Mayor
just ask
Nguyen,
for
and then
clarity. I'm
Council-
asking for clarity.
Mayor.
City Chief, do we have the law in the state of California that we abide by this e-bikes?
There are state laws. One of the speakers earlier spoke about grand jury report. I am aware and did receive that report, and it goes into e-bike laws extensively, so.
But we do have that in the book, right, for e-bikes?
Yes, yeah, we do have
Well, we
laws
still have to
about it.
adopt them. It's not like, there's state laws doesn't mean that you are, you implement them in the city without adopting
Are you
them.
guys implementing that in the city of Westminster?
Our officers are able to enforce state laws in the city of Westminster.
So we're already implementing that, Kimberly. They are implementing the state law of e-bikes.
We need to
What do you
have
want
an
them to do?
ordinance. Yeah, anyway, so yes, could we vote?
Is that city?
Mayor.
So I believe what Councilwoman Ho is referring to is more specific, like a municipal code that would address our specific issues in town. If we have any, we're assuming we do, based on a few crashes.
City attorney, may I ask you, do we have that in our municipal code?
Not right
No.
now.
Okay.
I think, there's certain state laws that have very statewide implications, and then if you want something more specific to the city, then you would craft an ordinance. So we would have a study session and talk about what other cities may have adopted and see what might work here, and then if the council wanted us to, we would then prepare an ordinance and bring it back.
Okay, all right, thank you. Next.
Sorry. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Okay, to bring to study session, right? Study session, yes.
Okay. Motion carried 5-0.
Okay.
I don't think.
He did before.
He voted.
He voted for he left? All right.
All right. You
That's
still
it.
have 2 minutes.
I could sing my 2 minutes, but I won't.
Please don't waste. I know they
Forfeit.
stay until that time already, so
Yeah,
if you
I
don't
will
need to,
forfeit my 2
don't
minutes.
use that 2 minutes,
Good.
please.
Huh?
If you don't need to, don't use that 2 minutes. Save first 2 minutes.
No, I'll save my 2 minutes. No, it's okay. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Menzo.
Yes, there seems to be some, I really want us to have a really clear understanding of, and it doesn't have to be an agenda item. I can just be an item of interest that our city attorney can just forward us. I want us to have a really clear understanding of what the disorderly conduct entails by members of the city council and members of the public, and what is considered obstruction, what is considered And also, what does it entail when a member of the city council goes into public and out here in the audience, and does that now that member become have to follow the same rules as a member of the public? If they're out there in the public, if we're out there in the public creating, kind of distractions, do we have to follow the rules that the public has to follow? So I just want us to have a really clear understanding of what that is. And I'm sure there's somewhere out here in the United States that has they've gone through something like this. And I want us to really have a clear understanding. So if you can send that to us, do some research is what I'm asking. So we can make informed decisions up here. And the mayor can have that tool to run the meeting better, with all this chaos stuff. So that's something
This is
that
a
I think.
request for item of interest.
Yes.
From their
city attorney's office.
You got it? All right, thank you. Anything else?
And then I also want to make an announcement. I attended the City of Placencia State of the City, I think it was a week and a half ago or so. A really good time. So I just want the public to know that I was there. And then also I want to invite the public to the Westminster High School is having an Autumn Harvest Festival on October 19th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. You can go and pick your own pumpkin. They'll have music, food, and fun. So if you guys can, anybody go out there and have some fun at the Westminster High School. And I also want to really make a point that, we just had our fall festival recently, and I really want the community to really understand. I know when the council was there wasn't that much audience. I think maybe next year we pick a better time to have the council be there. But I just want the community to understand that I'm really proud of our staff. I'm really proud of what they've been able to bring to our community. And I know this for a fact because I've been here in the city of Westminster for over 30 years, that we wouldn't have these types of events in our community if it wasn't for our city manager, who not only supports them, but she encourages our directors, our leaders, our staff to show their talent, to show us what they can do. And you can see it out there in the Fall Festival. I had an awesome time. My wife and I had an awesome time. I think the dance floor was a big hit. I think everybody loved the dance floor. And everybody here in our city, along with our police chief, our deputy chiefs, everybody, our whole police department, every single person that works for our city had a hand in making that happen. And I'm really proud of all of you, and I just want to use this platform to hopefully the community can see that, because like I said, we had a low attendance during that time of day on Saturday morning. So I thank you very much for your hard work. Thank you, council, for your hard work, and city attorney as well for putting up with all this commotion. So thank you very much, and thank you, audience, and all you members of the public for being here and being involved in your city, in our city, to voice your concerns. Let us know when you agree with us. Let us know when you don't. So please keep doing it. So thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, all right, I think I'm the last one, and we'll end the meeting here. First of all, I want to thank you all for taking your time again, saying the same thing, but I know that's not redundant, because I really value your time. I want to thank you for coming out, and you did this just because that you love the city, you love the community. That's why you're doing this. I want to second Councilmember Menzo a couple of things. Number one, I was there with him at the city, the state of the city for Placentia. And we were there, we enjoyed the event. We were able to meet with other counterparts from the different cities. This is somewhere that we make connections so that we can, work with them in different areas. So it was good, and I also attended at the plaza, at the State of the City for the Buna Park, and it's the same thing. And one thing that I learned from City of Buna Park, they very much the same as us, and they make it happen. So hopefully that we will have a State of City sometime next year, if not this year. I know that staff been talking about it, but we wasn't able to because we have a lot of things on our plate. So hopefully next year we can do the State of the City. Next thing is I want to talk about well, I forgot about it already. So again, thank you all for coming out. And at this time, you go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I haven't speak yet, my ABC, my AB 123 yet.
Well, that's the time that I call you for the 1, 2, 3.
No, you have not.
We are doing it right now.
I know, but I need to speak. I haven't speak yet. No, I did not.
I don't know where were you? Every one of us
to share your agenda
know about
item.
it.
That is to put the thing on the agenda.
Let's do this, okay? Please, I can go ahead and let you do this right now, but next time, please follow the agenda of the meeting. And then
City Attorney, were we supposed to put things on the agenda first, then we go into AB 123? Is that correct?
That's right. And then why didn't you do that at the time?
You did not give me an option.
Come on.
You passed by me.
Go ahead and do it right now. Go ahead. And next time we're not going to.
Okay, let me repeat what you just said, okay? So we're going to do AB 123. So what I want to do is want to thank you everyone for coming out. As local elected official, we are closest to you, making decisions that will impact you and your family, your businesses. I just want to know, I just want you guys to continue to share your concerns and perspective and ideas of how you want your city to be. We'll be more than happy to implement what you think is best for your family, your freedom, and your way of life. And so this Friday, I want to encourage all of you guys who are coming out, have nothing to do at noon at 12:30, come out and dance with us with the senior folks at the Senior Center at 12:30. And then also this coming Monday is Columbus Day, and it's huge as we all grow up, you know, in elementary, middle school, high school, we celebrate Columbus Day and the significance of it. But also I want to acknowledge that it's also Indigenous Peoples Day as well. So those of you who are Indigenous, we want to recognize you guys as well. It's important this Monday. So thank you for inputting in this nation for a very, very long time. And so with that in mind, I thank staff and thank the resident who voted for me to be here, to be your voice and fighting for you. And I also have my time, 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Mr. Mayor, do you want to, they keep interrupting. Do you mind telling them?
No, you have 5 minutes already, and then this
okay,
is just.
so my turn.
Not,
I have the floor. May I finish? So on September 11th, Mayor Charlie Ching-Wen, along with Councilmember Carlos Monzo and Kimberly Ho, directed staff to move forward with the proposed redevelopment plan. Despite of significant opposition, this plan was passed without allowing meaningful discussion of its impact on the community. The proposal includes the construction of high-density apartment building in several areas of the city with multiple mobile home parks listed as potential redevelopment sites. However, during the council direction to proceed, no specific measure were outlined to protect the current residents. It is essential that the final plan incorporated the following safeguards. Number one, protecting from eminent domain. 2, protections for mobile home park residents. 3, they didn't even talk about traffic impact mitigating strategy. 4th, collaboration with school district to address increase student growth. No redevelopment plan should move forward without these crucial protection in place. That's why I will continue to fight for you and fight for the resident and the homeowner in the city of Westminster and the businesses. So may God bless you, your family, and may God bless Westminster. Take care.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
I remember what I need to say. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart again. I want to thank you, staff, for doing a great job, especially Director Vanessa Johnson. I know she was out there, day and night, and then working on the Fall Festival. And I know that our PDs out there, everyone out there, for to putting their effort in to make sure that the event is successful. And it was indeed a successful event. So I want to thank you, and I did mention this one to the city manager. I would like to recognize each and every one department by the next meeting. Thank you. At this time, the meeting is adjourned, and our next meeting will be held on Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024 at 6 p.m. Meeting adjourned.